Bowlers, please report to your starting lanes. Just a couple of announcements before we get started this morning. First and foremost, we need to thank all of our sponsors: Apparel EFX, Ramsey Auto Center, Ryan Riley with 10-Back Bowling Solutions. He is on the squad, so make sure you guys thank him as well.
Good luck.
Also, Jacqueline Smith with West USA Realty. And as always, Chuck Lucas with Chuck's Painting. Always a constant support. And I guess you can thank me as well for adding money to support my future endeavor selling hot dogs. So I got talked into buying a hot dog cart. So nice little write-off. I'll throw some money in the prize fund. And also thank you to the staff here at Lakeview Lanes. If you guys see Mike around today, make sure you guys thank him. He has done all the prep work on the lanes. So thanks to Mike and his staff. They do a phenomenal job here at Lakeview. Our biggest rule for this tournament, for anybody that has not bowled here before, respect the equipment. It is a privilege to be in this bowling center.
That is the only thing I ask. Do not kick, hit, scream, curse, or anything like that. At the end of the day, I need your score sheets, whether you bowl good or bad. Doesn't matter to me. I still need them. Your right lane, you will be moving one pair to your right. The left lane will be moving one
pair to your left. 23 and 24 is out of play. So we're just using 1 through 22. If you would like bracket action, now's the time to come get in. They start games 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, 7. They have $5 brackets. At the end of this squad, the top 9 will make tomorrow's finals in the brackets. I'm not going to go through the whole breakdown of how the seeding works. If you're curious about that, it is on the event page on Facebook. What I do know is the top 2 off this squad will get a 2-round bye. They'll be in the 1 through 8 seeds, and so on down. If you do not make the cuts, immediately following the 6 p.m. squad this evening, we will have the Desperado squad. It's $150 for that squad, and the top 5 from that squad will make tomorrow's brackets to round out the last 5 spots. All right, guys, we're going to get you started on your 10 minutes of practice. And just as a reminder, it is 2-lane courtesy. Once again, you're bowling 8 games. You're gonna right lane's gonna move right, left lane will go left. I will have your score sheets out momentarily. That will also put your lane crossing on it if you forget. Look at your sheets before you come ask me or ask one of your bowlers. Alright guys, please also keep your score sheets where we can find them. I don't care if you're bowling good or bad, I just need to be able to get your scores, so don't hide them in your bags. Thank you and good luck.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Bowl Stream TV. The inaugural CBE Complete Bowling Events $10,000 Cactus Classic underway here with A Squad qualifying. Wonderful facility, Lakeview Lanes in Sun City, Arizona. 30 minutes or so from Phoenix. So we've got essentially many of Arizona's best, especially in the Phoenix area, and many more coming out, take their opportunity to compete for $10,000. Big shout out to Theo Duthay for what he has done and doing with Complete Bowling Events, offering $10,000 to the winner. Big time sponsors. Jacqueline at West USA Realty, Apparel EFX, Chuck's Painting. Other sponsors include Timback Pro Shop, Ramsey Auto Center, Brunswick. But Jacqueline Smith again with West USA Realty, Apparel EFX, and Chuck's Painting. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Sorry for those of you who have tuned in and were tuned in very early in the process. That was the old create the events, but YouTube typically will change the time to relate to Pacific time. That didn't seem to happen. I scheduled those on my way here yesterday. I think I was still in the Central Time Zone, which they did not update. I scheduled the remaining events while I was in the correct time zone, and those seem to be unaffected. So those of you who did wake up very early, my apologies. I appreciate the dedication, though. I really do. And if I figure out something to give away to you, I will. John, Sub-Zero, Dave, Scooby's been in the building. Specifically, Ronald was here early. Brian Fox, Bugman, thank you. We've got 5, 6, 7, and 8, and then we'll be taking a peek over at 9 through 12 throughout qualifying. We've got 3 full squads of qualifying today, A, B, and C. Times for those are 7 a.m. Pacific, 12:30 p.m. Pacific, and 6 p.m. Pacific. And then there will be a Desperado squad, just 2 games at the conclusion of tonight's C squad. So it's going to be a long day of bowling, but I'll be here all day with you. 8 games. And the top 9 players from each of the A, B, and C squads will advance to tomorrow's match play bracket. Top 32 will advance. 5 additional players will come from tonight's Desperado squad. That's how we'll get to the top 32. There's some items on seeds and such, and we'll get into that as the tournament rolls on. Jared Bear 300 in the building. Appreciate you tuning in early. Please share as always, folks, and especially on behalf of Theo and Complete Bowling Events. He's done a great job with his tournament series, and now this is kind of culminating into their first major event with this type of cash on top, if you will. And I'm very happy to be here and try to provide some additional publicity and help this tournament continue to grow. In front of us, Eddie Wilcox IV, Keith Fung, and Brianna Cote. Very familiar names for some of you. If you watched the New Mexico Open, Keith has been a regular contributor. And a competitor at that event. I just saw him, I feel like last week, but it's been about 3 weeks, I guess, since the New Mexico Open. Brianna Cote was going to bowl the New Mexico Open, but of course she had to go bowl in Brazil, the PAPCON Champion of Champions event. Steve Mackey, speaking of the New Mexico Open, Steve watching and supporting early here on Bullstream TV. Thanks to Steve, Dana, and Mike, and the entire staff at 10 Pins and More. Here's Cote. Bree made the drive with husband Randy this morning. About a 2-hour trip for them. I think they said they left at about 4:15 or so. And over on 7 and 8, now you see Kevin Jenkins, Matt Jones, who lit up the sweeper, the last sweeper of the day yesterday afternoon. Matt went, let me tell you exactly what he did. He went 232, 255, 246 for 733 to win the CBE Classic Sweeper. He was the overall winner. He could have bowled all three if he wanted and cashed multiple times, but he took home a nice $600 early paycheck. They do look a little tricky, Steve, and having said that, let's do this. We'll watch Kevin Jenkins here. And then we'll take a quick look at the pattern. I'll put it on the screen. Chris Tucker. I mean, you know, we talk a lot about great names, right? Now I got to ask Chris Tucker, does he enjoy the movie Friday? All right, here's the pattern. Right side of your screen. .44 feet in length with 28.7 mils. Saw a couple of people posting and talking about it on social media. One, Sean Wood, who is competing this week. Big thanks to Sean as well. He has been sharing and tagging me in Bullstream TV for this week's event. I appreciate him. But saw some good conversation and info. The one thing I noticed, and obviously you can't take everything you get from a sweeper, because I didn't see the sweeper from on the fresh. I only saw it essentially really on the burn. But I do think later in the block there could be some opportunities to score. I don't know if people will have to get into, you know, 5th, 6th arrow, but considering the length of the pattern, you would anticipate that. But Matt Jones and GT2, Greg Thompson Jr. had 6 arrow on lock yesterday afternoon. Strikes galore. In fact, GT2 went 268, 255, and I think he caught a tough pair in game 3 and shot 160 to finish second. Well, Ian Blake, I can tell you what. If it's that, oh, no, okay. I was thinking it's 3:23 a.m. It's not. Let's say if it was that early, you'll be good to go all night. But we will be live all day long. Nice shot there by Mr. Wilcox. Had a great start, front 4, split the 5th. Now back on it here in the 6th frame. Big thanks to Mike Diermeyer as well, who is the manager here at Lakeview Lanes. Got a chance to meet Mike, have a great convo with him. He was very good with me prior to making the trip out, just getting some information, internet, all that kind of stuff. The first couple shots on this pattern I watched in practice, and you have to keep in mind, obviously, that there's some slower shots being thrown as you know, players kind of get warmed up. But there is some friction. And the shape of the pattern suggests and tells you that, all right, there's some friction there. But I think you got to be really accurate until the pattern opens up. I do think once it opens up, you know, we could have definitely 250, 260, maybe even some 270 looks out there. Hold on. Saw Chris Siebold a couple sweepers yesterday as well. Someone asked about names on this squad. Vaughn can't get the 7 out. Andrew Kane is bowling. And when I say names, right, and I'm new to the area, so, you know, my goal here is to not disrespect or miss a name simply because I don't know them. So the names that I know and have seen bowl in person: Andrew Kane, of course, Brianna Cote. I'm going to say Corrine Acup too, because she started her collegiate career at Lindenwood, and I will never forget that. Frank Gioni, who often bowls the New Mexico Open. I mentioned, I don't think GT, I don't think I saw him today, but I think he changed squads. But he's scheduled to bowl. I mentioned Kevin Jenkins, he's on 7 and 8. Kyle King is starting on 12 here this morning. Matt Jones, who I've been talking about, got a 4-pin to deal with. Wesley Lowe, a name that many would know and recognize. Wesley Lowe is bowling as well. He's actually starting on 18. And let's see, 18, 20, 22. So he's going to join us in about the middle portion of this block. Pretty good shot there for Cote. B squad bowlers: Chris Clerk, Ed Zweig, Ed Smaglik. I talked to him yesterday. Michael Haugen Jr. Rob Hirschad of Sweep the Rack. Ari Wilson. Let's see. Kyle Duster, David Haynes, GG3, George Gohagan III, Dallas Leong, Deontay Fields. The great Brett Wolf is bowling on B squad. And looks like Anthony Simonson is bowling on B squad as well. C squad, again, players that I just know right off the top of my head by looking at the names. Looks like Stu Williams is bowling. D-Ron Booker is bowling. Mason Moore, Brian Halen, Russ Oviat. I saw him bowl a sweeper yesterday. Darren Tang is going to bowl tonight. Dylan Taylor, last year's New Mexico Open champion. Jacob Buttroff, Dave Sirigliano, and I'm sure many names. Eileen Linares, who made a nice run at the New Mexico Open just a few weeks back. She bowled a sweeper yesterday as well. And many names that I will find out about as soon as they hit the lanes today. So that's just a few of the players scheduled to bowl. All right, looks like all is good on lane 8. Nice shot. Good shot by Corrine there in the 5th frame. Jenkins on the left side. Didn't like that one immediately. did Kevin. One thing that I'm noticing right off the bat here, and I'm not going to say I don't see any because I can't see everywhere, but I don't see much urethane going down the lane at the moment. Not much. See one purple hammer on the rack there on 3 and 4. Is it in play? We'll find out. Going from 1 through 22 here on A squad. That's got a chance. Coach say the only player on the PWBA tour to win multiple titles. She won 2 and nearly claimed her second consecutive Player of the Year award, but that went to Shannon O'Keefe. He's circling a little bit there with something, with some shine to it. All right, so 1 purple hammer right now on 3 and 4. And a Kyle King request from Stu. Yeah, we could do that, Stu. I got you. Give me a second. Frame there in the 6th there for Corrine. Here's Wilcox. And no break. Didn't make the spare. One look here at Cote, and then we'll take a look at Kyle King. Right of your screen. King up now on lane 11. Bang. Double there for Kyle. Let's see, spare, 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 open in the 4th, and now a double for Kyle King. Other players on 9, 10, 11, and 12. Christine Johnson is 11A. Brighton Bobbitt, who was commenting earlier in the chat, is 9A. Rachel Wayroch is 11B. Chris Wayroch is 9B. Wilcox did strike there in the 10th. This is Chris on the left side of your screen. Up on 10. That's something that does seem easy to do, though. If you miss a little right early, 3 counts are in play. Kyle looks like he's throwing maybe a pitch black. Well, what I just saw, obviously, that was a spare shot, but other equipment that I'm seeing on the rack at the, let's see, phase 2s, I'm seeing, looks like some 3D offsets. Some Zen Masters. Things that are easily recognizable. Looks like maybe a Cosmos as well. Wilcox did finish with 206. Keith Fung shot 183 on 5 and 6. Mike got the score correction. Raymond, curious if you're looking for any particular, or based on what you're seeing, maybe what the pattern might suggest, what balls you might tend to throw here. Quick look at Cote, her 10th frame. That was lovely. This is game 1 of 8. Just underway, 44 feet, the distance of this lane condition. $28.7 mils. Cote got the 10 to kick. And after a couple of splits, she's going to turn the game into save this one for 190 plus. Seven and 8 getting down to the 9th frame, so we'll take you back there soon as well. Seems easy. Also gets 6 through the face or out as well. 194 for Cote. We keep you here through 9 through 12 for a little bit. Good morning, Zach. Chris Tucker just got a very nice break off to the left. What could have been a big 4, maybe a 4-6. 4 goes into the 6. From the mostly reactive comment, yes. I'm able to get a good eye on 1 through 12 with my own eyes, and I've seen 1 player throw your thing outside of practice. And that player right now looks to be Mark Myers, who is on lane 4. he just threw a really good shot, which resulted in a 4-9. Randy, I'll be right here waiting for you. It's cool to see a lot of the individuals that I just saw at the New Mexico Open, of course, bowling in this tournament, and or supporting by watching the live stream. I certainly appreciate you for that, as does Theo. And the sponsors of this event: Chuck's Painting, Apparel EFX, West USA Realty, and Jacqueline Smith. You anticipated slow moving, if you will, to open this one up. I think that was good anticipation. This one is going to be challenging. I do think there will be some scoreable opportunities as the blocks go on. It's been Perry on lane 9. Steve Gerken, the southpaw. Kevin Jenkins made a ball change on the fill. He's going to shoot 190 in game 1. He is moving right. It is one pair to the right or one pair to the left, depending on if you start on the left or the right lane. It is 44 feet in length, Zach. 44 feet. Chris Tucker battled his way back to get into the 190s. Here's Kyle King. So I thought Kyle was A. He is actually D on the scoreboard. And so you saw that last open in the 9th. He's had 2 opens. First strike in the 10th. That's going to get him closer to potentially 2-team. And to be honest, that's one of the highest games that I've seen in this area. Mr. Wilcox shot 206. Had a couple of 190s, actually 4 190 games. One more strike in the 10th, and Matt Jones is going to be in the 190s as well. Kyle's going to be in the 2 teams. Emerald, good question on squad cuts. 9 players from each squad. The top 9 from A squad, top 9 from B squad, top 9 from C squad will advance to Sunday's match play bracket. Top 32 overall will advance. The other 5 will come from the Desperado squad, which immediately follows tonight's C squad. Maybe a look at an RSX 3 there. But Kyle gets to 217. And again, at the moment, the highest game that I've seen so far, obviously without getting a chance to see what's going down on the high end of the building. At Matt Jones got to 183. Matt is moving left. Finish out the 10th frame for Rachel. 146 in the 9th. She'll make the spare, and a strike will get her to 166 to start. Dan Quilt is joining us. Along with Marcus Haley. I'll confirm this, but I believe scores are available and will be available at tournamentbowl.com. I'll confirm that for you so you can see, or make sure you can have a chance to check out the results and follow along throughout the day. All right, we're on the game 2 and back to 5 through 8. Marcus asked me to get his good side. I tell him, you got to tell me which side that is. So far, maybe not the left lane. We'll see. Good shot there by Matt. I told you he won the sweeper last night. Players already starting to kind of make their way left. Oh, Jason, I'm so prepared. For me, it's all about the pace. You got to pace it any long day of competition, especially from kind of this side of the chair. I'll need to get some tea at some point throughout. But I'll be good. Again, Quilt, Chris Tucker, Marcus Haley, Matt Jones on 5 and 6. Brighton Bobbitt, Keith Frong, Chris Wayroch. And just those 3 on 7 and 8. Kyle King moved right, of course. So let's see, Tournament Bowl. All right, so yep. So the link will be. I'm gonna just post the link right now, and then I'll try to add it to the description. But it is going to be tournamentbowl.com. I mentioned GT2 Is that because I didn't see him? And obviously, if you know Greg Thompson Jr., 6'5", he's hard to miss. Well, somehow I did not see him this morning. But he is here, and it looks like he may have had the high game. He shot 225. He has made his way now to 1 and 2, so we'll see GT in just a little bit. That's a good question. Jason, to start. Of the few shots that I saw people kind of throw right early on, the only ones I really saw were the kind of the warm-up shots. The real slow ones that, you know, depending on what the pattern suggests or will do to your bowling ball, you know, the slow shots went zooming left toward the 7-pin. But really, those are the only couple shots that I saw from people playing right. Now, let me preface that statement. I should have prefaced it by saying I also spend the last 10 minutes or the 10 minutes of practice making sure everything else is running and working fine, and social media and all that stuff. So, but the fact that there aren't that many given in the world would suggest perhaps that maybe no one is really feeling that confident. Chris is giving it a whirl. That's a really good shot. Hey, Ben. Shout out to Grand Canyon University, the bowling squad. Good luck at team trials. The old tryout period of college bowling. I remember those days. Oh, Matt Jones. Early three-bagger. Matt Jones, Metro Phoenix USBC Hall of Fame class. Of 2020-2021. Saw an interesting post. I mentioned this at the top of the broadcast, but a good opportunity to go through that again. I'm going to find it here. It was about the lane condition, which was posted, and I've already shown it once. And maybe after this game, I'll pop that up on the screen again. But it is at the CBE Cactus Classic Facebook page. That event page. Make sure you click discussion. And there is a post from Theo, essentially that kind of lists out a few odds and ends on what the weekend was going to be like. And in the comments of that post, lies the pattern. Four in a row now for Matt Jones. Not messing around. I'll wait for the updated standings to see where he began in game one from a score perspective. All right, let's find that. But the original post that I'm discussing is, we're talking about is from Sean Wood, who was bowling the tournament. And Sean came up and bowled, I think, sweeper on the fresh yesterday, and then posted about it. Oh, okay, no, I'm not. I'm discussing, I'm sorry, Sean posted the pattern about the sweepers, and of course for qualifying. And that prompted some really good discussion. One from Josh Blanchard, who knows a thing or two about bowling well. And Josh tried to break it down a little bit. And his comment said, this is from Josh, 7 2-2s means very little shape. My guess would be urethane around 10 board to start and might not go away fast with the length of the pattern. But so far, we haven't seen many people try to prove that theory correct. Brighton, nice shot there. Brian Bobbitts, nice double. Well, doubles can go a long way. Well, let's see if Marcus can get himself one. Nice jersey. I'm assuming that's him. On the on his jersey, but that is dope. It's like a character version of himself, kind of holding the bowling ball, giving it a nice little grip. Chris. To be honest, I'm guessing that this is why maybe many haven't tried to play right too often. You've seen a few gutters. Chris has gotten 3 off the right. He did it once in game 1. Unfortunately, now he gets 2, but his look is pretty solid, obviously, all things considered, minus the errant shots. Got to be comfortable out there. All right, Chris, don't do it, though. You know what I'm talking about, folks. Don't put it back through there. Oh, wow. Jeez. When you need the 6 there to kick out the 10, it would have done it. It's unfortunate, man. Every time I see a 2 count now, I just can't help but think about A.J. Chapman. A.J. Chapman's a fantastic player, and I think he throws it. I think he's like top 5 physical games on tour. But the 2 count, I think, was at the U.S. Open. That's one of those that's just going to stick with you. Game 2 of 8 if you are just joining us. 8 games A squad, 8 games B squad, 8 games C squad. There is a Desperado squad. That is only 2 games. Thankfully, Theo was looking out for a brother. That one's only 2 games. Matt Jones, front 6. Matt wheeling it already. Game 2. And just like that, Chris back on it. All right, let's see if we've got a full game's worth of scores available. And it looks like we do. So let's give you that link. All right, results. Drop that link for you. Game 1 standings can be found there, and standings throughout. Throughout A squad. So we had a couple of 240 games. So the high end looked to be the place to be early on in qualifying. William Graham 244, Ron Schloss 242. Roy McKnight and Sean Nemox, 234 piece. Andrew Kane shot 227. Greg Thompson, I mentioned GT2 and Wesley Lowe both shooting 225. Kyle King got to 217 as we talked about. Logan Downey 208. Again, the top 9 from squads A, B, and C advanced to the top 32 with the remaining 5 players to make up the 32-player bracket tomorrow, coming from tonight's Desperado squad. Eddie Wilcox, 206. Anthony Kando, 205. Charlie Price, 203, along with Sean Wood. So it's the race for 9th per squad. So from that vantage point, you know what you're getting into, right? You got to be in the top 9 to make it. I'll take a look at what Matt is throwing here. See where he's playing? Wow. Front 7. And it's throwing a dark web, ladies and gentlemen. Good shot there for Tucker. Let's press again on the right side of your screen. Again, a player is attempting to play right. He's been one of them. And aside from an errant shot here or there, he's been pretty solid. I mean, that is beautiful. Trying to get him on 7 in a minute, but first things first, speaking of 7. Matt Jones inching closer to 7th arrow. No, the 4-pin remains. Ryan, that's a great question, Ryan. I'll give my guy Bryden a lot of credit too, for many reasons. One, you got to own it, right? Like Kyle Troop, you know, Guppy, the Troop family. They own that signature type look, right? I feel like Spencer Robarge can kind of get away with that, right? But if you're going to do your thing, you know, you got to own it. Now, me, I don't think I could pull that off. And I can pull off a lot of things. It helps to be tall, dark, and handsome. It helps you pull off a lot of things. I'm not going to lie to you. But I don't think I can pull that one off. So I got to give my man Bryden a lot of credit. Dan Quilt, maybe, so that looked like a Helios going down the lane, maybe with some service. Entry fee, Kevin, was $275. $275 for a chance at $10,000. Tomorrow's match play bracket, if you're curious, again, 32 players. It will be single elimination, 3-game total pinfall. Man, that's one of those, if you just look at it, what Chris has been doing. Boy, that one herky jerked. Right, got that one just a little bit early. Did Matt Jones, but one more for Chris here. He can get himself into the 2-0s, but I mean, and again, not a bad game by any stretch. His score will not reflect, I think, you know, the execution level that you got to have, at least so far from what we've seen on this, to play out a little bit. That's the one, every now and then. Chris, when you look back on this one, you threw it much better. Obviously, the errant shots out. And there's no forgiveness, too. I think that's the other thing, right? That one he fell off of, and of course he got it a little bit right. There is no forgiveness. None. .181 there for Chris. 190s have been very good scores so far through 2 games. The great scores have been 240s. Well, you just got to clip it a little bit. And Dan did just enough. That'll get him a fill shot to try to get to 160. Chris Pulliam in the chat. Good morning, Chris. Well, this game has been all about Matt Jones, and rightfully so. Front 7, 4-pin, 5-pin. Bang. First one in the 10th. Should be a very good 3 and 4 pair coming up. Greg Thompson Jr. is going to be over on 3 and 4. Matt Jones is going to move left to 3 and 4. See Cedric Bell off to the left side of your screen coming up. And that shot could get Cedric into the 220s there on the left side of your screen. Good move there by Matt. Tried a different ball on the fill because it doesn't look like, obviously, he's going to be moving right anytime soon. So already looking at different pieces that are going to help allow him to stay in that zone. 256 again for Matt Jones, 127 there for Marcus. Let's take a look at 9 through 12. And Corrine was working on a 5-bagger. That was her first shot in the 10th frame. She just wrapped a mean 10-pin, as you saw. Spare strike will get it a 203. If you haven't already, folks, please share on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, wherever you like to be social. If you haven't already, also hit the thumbs up. We'll be bowling all day long here at the CBE 10K Cactus Classic, the inaugural edition of this event. We'll be watching it live all day on Bowlstream TV. Thanks to Theo Duthay, his tournament staff, great sponsors so far of this event. I'm imagining as this tournament continues on, they'll be adding more and more. Chuck's Painting, Apparel EFX, and Jacqueline Smith with West USA Realty. Other sponsors include Ramsey Auto Center, 10-Back Pro Shop, and Brunswick. All right, 185 to end things for Amber. And we're back in now. Game 3. With a new cast of characters. And before we begin, good opportunity to talk about the pattern again, just so you can see it if you haven't already. Again, 44 feet in length with 28.7 milliliters of oil. You see the shape? Since no one is bowling on 7 and 8 as of yet, that is going to change here momentarily. Brandon Johnson Croman, Brighton Bobbitt, Cedric Bell, All right, we've got Chris and Amber, Y Route. By the way, if you need to know, it's Y Route. That's one you write phonetically. If you're doing PA or, of course, when you're doing play-by-play, you get that roster. And you ask and, okay. Hey, Matt, appreciate you tuning in, my friend. I will see you soon also, yes. Matt is scheduled to bowl at 12:30 p.m. Pacific time, or I should say Arizona time. He'll be on B squad. Again, C squad will begin at 6 p.m. tonight. And then immediately following C squad, we'll have the Desperado squad. And that's just a quick 2-game sprint to get our last 5 players who will make up the top 32. And then we'll be back at it tomorrow morning. Tomorrow will begin at 8 a.m. Again, local time, 8 a.m. local. That would be 9 a.m. Mountain, 10 a.m. Central, 11 a.m. Eastern. That's tomorrow. You know, the tournament staff and tournament software in general, I feel like is just coming a long way, right? So many advances in technology. The tournament staff going around on iPads, like directly entering scores into the tournament bowl, you know, software and website. Boy, I tell you what, folks, this could be could be in for a treat if you're a fan of lofting. And I know that's a whole nother conversation that gets people all wild and ramped up sometimes. But for some players, I mean, they might be lofting the cap in game 5. I'm already interested to see how B squad will attack this, and what level of you know, bowling IQ will they display. In a multi-squad tournament, you always hear, you know, how one squad did this, and so the result of what they did was, you know, the changing of the strategy perhaps for the next squad and the next squad. So I'm already looking forward to seeing how B squad will work their magic on this 44-foot pattern. Chris Tucker over on the left side started with the front 3 and crossed over just to leave a 5-pin. If you're watching this and you're maybe local or from the general vicinity of Sun City and Phoenix, and you have some suggestions, perhaps it will not be for this trip, because every bowling event I typically cover means that I will not be visiting all of the recommended places and restaurants and all of that good stuff, because I'll be in the bowling center. But you know, next time I come back, I did the same thing at New Mexico Open and took a few notes. Try to come back when no work is involved. I'm not someone who enjoys hot weather, but just being around Phoenix, and I've been there a few times, but it's been a while. But I'm like, man, I think I could live out here for a little bit. Anyway, if you're from the area, or even if you're not and you frequent the area, make a few visits. Some of the things that you would suggest. I'm gonna ask this question probably once a squad just to see. Oh, roll it, Brighton. Roll it, Brighton. By the way, someone asked earlier about Brighton's going to get that apparel. Looks like the one of the sponsors of this event, Apparel EFX, created the nice threads there that you see Brighton rocking. Brighton is Brighton. How about that? You know, Matt, that's the one thing that I've been saying for years. Since my first time working at the Open Championships in Reno. And I met my man Tyrone Burks, who played golf, and turns out a lot of the staff played golf. And I've been looking to add that to my repertoire, if you will. Maybe I'll try to make do on that promise to myself. I'll write that on a vision board. Play golf in 2023. So you too can get all the fun and excitement. Yes, Ryan. Yeah, Apparel EFX. That's the logo that I'm seeing on his jersey. Game 2 is updated, I'm told by Theo. If you are just joining us, I dropped a results link. Dropped a results link in the comments, or in the chat, excuse me. I will drop that again. Game 2 is updated. D-Fresh. Well, unless Randy and Bree are into the sports supplement industry, which they very well could be, I only know Apparel EFX as an apparel brand. They also get into some other sports too. Basketball, I think tennis, pickleball. They help outfit other squads and leagues in varying sports. So be sure to support the sponsors. Apparel EFX. If you need your house painted, I heard Chuck's is pretty good. Support Chuck's Painting. If you're moving, need a new place to live, I heard Jacqueline Smith is excellent at what she does with West USA Realty. I can say, and I would have said this even if they weren't a sponsor, but I do have a few garments from Apparel EFX. Actually, when I purchased a Bullstream TV, my wife got me a few items of apparel to wear and represent the brand while I'm working. I'm a quarter zip kind of person, especially inside a bowling center, where I'm never bowling, but always sitting and being cold. So they've got a nice quarter zip. It's lined inside. It's very comfortable for me. So they'll take care of you. Check out Randy, holler at him. One last thing about Apparel EFX too, they also make shorts, which I feel like those can be very difficult to find. Obviously, you know, you can go, you know, Adidas, Nike, get some good golf shorts, but they make shorts. Matt Jones made his way over to 3 and 4. If you just joined us, Matt had the front 7 on 5 and 6. Went 9 spare, 9 spare. Ended up with 256, I believe it was. He moved over to 3 and 4. He went strike, and then 3 opens. Went open, open, strike, open, strike. He's already made a ball change. He was throwing a dark web on 5 and 6, and I just saw him throwing something different. Excuse me. Oh, nice spare. I see you, Brandon, with some Bullstream TV highlights. Might have to clip that one out. All right, so from a standings perspective, William Graham leading the way at plus 60. He's on 244, 216. Let's see where Mr. Graham started the day and see if we will get a chance to see him today. Started on 16, which means he should be nearby at this point. Oh, no, wait. 16, 1, 2, 3. So we'll see him soon. Speaking of fronts, Brianna Cote with the front 5 on 1 and 2. We'll keep you posted there. Wesley Lowe is second at plus 59. He's gone 225, 234. We mentioned Matt Jones. He started with 183, finished game 2 at 256. He's plus 39. He is in 3rd place. Logan Downey, 4th at plus 36. Sean Nemox is 5th at plus 31. Ron Schloss, plus 23 in 6th place. Anthony Candle, 7th at plus 18. Charlie Price, 8th at plus 11. And Sean Wood at the moment is 9th. Again, top 9 move on to Sunday's top 32 match play bracket. Sean is 9th at plus 6. Andrew Kane right now 10th at plus 5. Roy McKnight 11th at plus 4. We've got 2 players even. It's Ben Perry and Brandon Johnson Croman, who just made the 4-9 on lane 6. He too is even. There are 14 individuals right now, even or plus. This squad full of 43 bowlers here at 7 a.m. Hey, Steve. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate you, Steve, and everyone else for rocking with us here early this morning, and even those who were thinking that we started 2 hours earlier, and that was a hiccup. When you schedule events sometimes in another time zone. I'm anticipating that YouTube would change it, and they didn't. So for those of you who hung out a couple hours early, I'll figure out a way to make it up to you. If you haven't already, though, please subscribe to Bullstream TV. Obviously, we're live here all this week or this weekend. Most recent event and still being talked about and watched, the New Mexico Open. Great final between Cortez Shank and J.D. Nance. Cortez Shank is scheduled to appear tonight and bowl the 6 p.m. squad. Somehow I missed his name when I was looking at players earlier. He's bowling tonight at 6 p.m. Next weekend, I'm involved in at least one youth event. Not sure exactly which one it will be at the moment. Could be in Smyrna, could be in the Chicagoland area. And then other Bowlstream TV events coming up. Another great youth event, the Midwest Youth Main Event, Roll 2. Come on. Midwest Youth Main Event is coming up. First weekend in October. I'll be in Waterloo, Iowa. Put on by Brandon Steen and company, sponsored by Roto Grip. Christine Johnston. And Johnston, Dan Quilt, now over on 7 and 8. With Rachel Wyrouk and Marcus Haley. Again on 5 and 6. This is Bryden Bobbitt. Left lane, Brandon Johnson Croman's about to step up on lane 6. Cedric Bell and Chris Wyrouk round out 5 and 6. Where do you guys fall in the preferences of squad? If you're bowling the tournament and you get 3 opportunities just like this, right? You got morning, afternoon, and night. What's your preference typically? Do you have a preference? What do you base it on? Maybe it was last minute. The squad you wanted was actually full. You know, that happens. I see a lot of multi-squad events, and I'm not a morning person by any stretch. So 7 a.m. typically would never go well for me, I would think, but for some reason I feel like it would. Maybe it's just like you get it out the way. You've got the rest of the day. You can hang out, watch a squad. Hopefully your number is good enough. In this case, you'll know right off the top if your number is good enough. If you're gonna make the top 9, then you can determine if you want to bowl a Desperado tonight. Well, that's got a hook. Update on Cote after that front 5. So our high game so far, I'll tell you about Cote in a second here. Again, William Graham, the high game was 244 in game 1. High game in game 2 was 256. At some point throughout the tournament, and hopefully multiple times, we will have Theo on to discuss.
Ready if you're ready.
We can have him on right now. Have him on to discuss this event, how it came about, talk about CBE and complete bowling events and everything that tournament group has going on, and maybe even how he got started in this thing. So we'll see if he'll develop in like a Steve Mackey type where he can somehow maneuver all the things that happens in the tournament and then also provide commentary throughout the tournament as well. which seems like a very difficult thing to do. Theo, how you doing, my guy?
Doing good. Doing good. Set my alarm for 3:45. I was awake at 3:30, so I was definitely excited for today. This is what we've been building towards from our rides quite a few years back with myself and Matt Jones coming back and forth from New Mexico for the Open. You know, we always just said, we have a ton of talent in Arizona. Why don't we have this out there? So just trying to build something. And like I've mentioned before, you know, I went to Craig Spencer and he said, start and build your brand. So we started our club out here and started to build it up. And then this was our first goal, was to put on a tournament. We can pay out 10 grand to win. So very excited.
How did and that's the origin story basically of CBE as a whole?
Yes.
Right?
Yep. For the most part. We started just running some open division stuff, little 7-gamers with, you know, our finals. And then one of our guys, Dennis Klein, was out in the senior community. And he said, hey, we need somebody to run some senior tournaments. I got a whole bunch of guys, you know, asking me to run senior stuff. So I said, all right, well, we'll give it a shot. You know, see how many guys show up. And I think our first senior tournament, I had almost 60.
Wow.
So I said, well, I guess I'm letting the better half know that there's more weekends that I'm going to be busy. So, and we're very fortunate that we got into the Sun City centers because, as you can see, they're very nice, very well taken care of. The staffs are phenomenal. So it's a privilege to be here, and we definitely appreciate every bit of it.
And there are multiple Sun City centers I've learned so far, right?
Correct, yeah. This is Lakeview. They have a sister center a couple miles up the road. They only have 16 lanes. And then in Sun City West, and we do have to make sure we decipher the two because, you know, they have their senior wars, I guess. This is Sun City, and then R.H. Johnson is Sun City West. And they have 30 lanes. And they're another phenomenal center. We run a lot of tournaments there. So
obviously it's early, but how like, you know, beaming are you inside that you put this thing together? You obviously you never know, right? You hope that it draws the appropriate amount of people. Certainly, you have a nice purse, obviously big check up top, and then it's here, and bowling has actually happened. We're into qualifying first squad. How do you feel right now?
I'm excited now. I mean, with this first squad kicking off really smooth, it kind of shook a lot of the nerves. You know, I mean, I do this almost every weekend, so, but not every weekend do I pay 10 grand to win. So it was very nerve-wracking. A lot of stress, you know, and late nights getting messages of, hey, sign me up. What do you got available? You know, and as I told you yesterday, middle of the day, I get a message from Anthony Simonson. So you know you're doing something right when you get a message from, you know, a player of that caliber. I mean, we have Jacob Buttriff bowling the 6 p.m., but Jacob's a local guy. He's like a brother. So when I hear Jacob's name, I'm like, it's just Jacob. Right. You know, some others might go, oh, Jacob's showing up, but
sure,
he's just another guy to me. He's a brother. So, but when a guy like Anthony Simonson says, hey, sign me up, that made me feel really good, like we're doing something right and drawing the right people. You know, we have a little 3-year goal here. Our first goal was this year, get at least 120. I can max 144. My goal next year is to have max it out and have a wait list. And I'm very confident that we can get to that. And then I'm hoping by year 3 in 2024 that I can, you know, have that wait list and go to the center manager, Mike Dermeyer, and say, hey, man, we've got 20 guys on the wait list. Maybe we should think about a Friday squad. And, you know, that's how you get it to a New Mexico Open stature. So, and by having you come in, I mean, you're the best of the best. So getting that exposure was definitely something that's well worth it. And hopefully seeing more guys see this and go, wow, that's a great great tournament. I want to be part of that next year. You know, and we will definitely be doing it again. So.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity. Certainly, my goal is to help support your event and any other event, and try to build a good relationship, and hopefully watch it grow as it continues on. This is the inaugural, and you'd love to, New Mexico now is at 18.
Yeah.
And I mean, I see this, I can foresee it certainly in the future. I was talking to Sean Wood earlier, and we got to talking about just the closeness. And, I've done New Mexico now twice, but all the players from Arizona, the Phoenix area, somewhat bowl together, support one another, which is very rare to see, especially a lot of players from the same area.
Yeah.
It's different here to me.
Right.
In a good way.
Right. Yeah, you don't see guys really hoping for somebody to bowl bad here. Everybody's willing to help each other out and support them. Obviously, when they're up there on their approach, they're focused. Sure. They don't really want to be interrupted while they're trying to bowl, especially going after 10 grand. But at the end of the day, everybody wants to see each other succeed because they want to beat them when they're at their best, not just beat them because they're having a bad day and go, oh, well, they want to beat people when they're bowling their best because, I mean, that's just the way it is in Arizona. And it's a great thing. I mean, I talked about this with Rob Prujad on his podcast, and, they asked me, like, how do you have guys that just want to come out and keep bowling on this hard stuff and keep pounding their heads in? I mean, like I told you yesterday, I give them once every now and then. I let them strike at will, but afterwards they're probably getting red square the next tournament and having to grind. So I'm not nice all the time.
And so your answer to that question that they asked was, how do you keep getting
it's just
bowlers to come back? It's
just the bowlers out here. I mean, they want to compete, and they want them to be hard. I try to make them hard because, I mean, our tournaments monthly are $70, so it's very affordable. Obviously, there's pots and stuff like that, but you can come out and bowl for $70, bowl your 7 games, have a chance to bowl with some of the best players in Phoenix. Occasionally we draw some guys from Vegas or California, but you're getting a chance to compete with them, but it prepares them for the bigger stuff. I'm very proud that last year's New Mexico Open, 4 of the top 5 guys were my guys. They're my regulars. Keith Dahmer, Cortez, Matt Zweig, and I forget who else was in the top 5. I know Frankie. Oh, and Dylan. How can we forget Dylan?
Yeah, I thought you were joking. I was like, okay, this is a joke he's about to make.
How can we forget Dylan? But, I mean, the only guy that was in the top 5 that wasn't mine was Frankie Lavoie, and, I mean, Frankie's good.
Right.
So,
yes.
I try to prepare these guys for that bigger stuff, and it seems to be working. So I definitely had Andrew Kane just got a 2 count on lane 1.
Well, it's not the first one we've seen today. Not from overall. Hopefully Andrew hasn't had more than 1 2 count. Unfortunately, our guy Chris Wyrouk has had a 2 count.
Oh, yeah. I've seen him do it quite a bit in his life. He has that ball roll that you miss just a little bit on the right pattern and it's going to happen. I grew up with Chris bowling JBTs, and there's been some good times, lots of 2 counts that I've seen.
So you've seen Chris do this before? Okay.
Yeah. Funny thing about Andrew, I don't know if you talked about it earlier, at the sweeper yesterday, had a 185 clean with a double.
Wow.
Yeah, from what I can remember, I think he started the game 7 spare, 9 spare, 6 spare, 5 spare, 6 spare.
That is, I don't know if I've heard that before.
There was PBA washouts in there. I think there was a 3-6-7 split in there.
That's like almost as good as like the leave of the day that Dylan often talks about in posts. But we're not talking about, one leave, a collection of leaves to help you get to 185 with a double.
Yeah, it was impressive.
Double normally gets you to 2-0.
Usually, but I guess when you're getting 6 and 5, you know, it can definitely bring it down a little bit.
Brian Chamber, who made a very nice run and bowled great at the New Mexico Open, commented, he said, "We always bowl because the tournaments are ran seamlessly and the competition and patterns are so difficult. It makes us better even when we struggle."
Appreciate the compliments, Brian.
You might want to copy that and put it on the testimonial page of your website.
Right. Yeah, I was glad to see Brian have a good run at New Mexico because he's a good guy, and he's constantly putting in the work. So to see it starting to pay off for him, I'm very happy for him. I know that he puts in a ton of work to his game, a lot more than I do, that's for sure.
Yeah, and you just randomly showed up, said you're gonna bowl, and bowl pretty well.
Yeah, in New Mexico, I hadn't bowled since my summer league ended on July 26th, and like I was telling you out there, I thought about practicing.
You made the right decision.
But, you know.
By not doing that.
Yeah, I don't know. I enjoy running tournaments a whole lot more now than I do bowling. I get the itch to bowl every now and then, but I'd much rather run them. I get a lot of satisfaction out of seeing all my work come together and seeing all these guys showing up. So,
well, this lane condition has certainly proven to be tough as we reach game 4. The 44-foot pattern with 28.7 mils. We posted a couple times already on screen. As a tournament director, I know, deciding on a lane condition, I'm assuming it can be very difficult because you have something in mind, like a goal or scoring pace that you'd like your event to be at.
Right.
How many, maybe iterations perhaps that you have to go through? Of course, when you work with Kegel, who designed this one, they're pretty good at what they do, so it probably didn't take that long.
Yeah, he actually hit it on the head with the first attempt because I got the pattern from Janowitz. Obviously we gave him every piece of information that we could. Topography, how the center plays, does the left play easier on the house shot? Is there a track area? How old are the lanes? Pretty much everything, down to what kind of oil they use. And he said, what do you want for a scoring pace? And I said, I'd like my cut each squad to be around even. And the only thing about this center, though, is, as we saw yesterday in the sweepers, is as they go on and the pattern breaks down, they definitely open up. We haven't found a pattern yet that doesn't do that in this center. So I'd be curious to see how they break down today, though. Roughly going to have about the same amount of games on them, but I still feel like they'll open up in the middle.
I mentioned that based on our conversation about that yesterday. Just obviously watching the sweeper and certainly on the burn as the sweepers went on and more players are moving left. I didn't see the fresh though. And so, now seeing the fresh, there are players kind of fifth arrow-ish, right? Much earlier than I anticipated based on what I saw yesterday.
Right. I think that's because the one piece that I tried to get built into the pattern was to take the gutter out of play as much as possible. Well, not so much the gutter. Take the urethane out of play as much as possible. I didn't want that to be the best option this year. I see it almost every tournament. As long as you have a urethane ball, a purple or pink widow or whatever, it's always the best option. I tried to not do that. Now, when I go bowl, I want to be able to throw my pink widow like I did in New Mexico. I want to be able to stand on the gutter and just throw it straight up the gutter. But for my tournament I'm running, I didn't want to see that. We see that way too often, so wanted something different.
Well, that makes sense. And a lot of, oh, come on.
That was a good shot.
Wow, nice shot, Rachel.
You know, when you throw it good on a pattern like this, you hope to get rewarded.
Yes. She did not.
There's nothing more gut-wrenching than that. You're grinding, and then you finally throw a good one in a wrap 10, wrap 7, or whatever it is.
I had to make sure I, after 2 games, and they were close enough, they were going to be moving my direction. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to need to double check on the pronunciation of their last name, which is Y Rouk.
Yep.
So I appreciate Rachel for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I bowled with Rachel and Chris growing up in JBTs, and they're a fun group. Very nice people. Aaron here in front of us helping us out. He's the one that got them to sign up, so much appreciated to him. He's one of the few guys I trust to help with my tournaments.
I mentioned the staff, the tournament staff, and technology. And, I don't know that much about Tournament Bowl. I've seen the website. I've gone to take a look at it when scores are posted, wherever event I may be at, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
But watched him go pair to pair, iPad. Looks like he's able to enter scores directly into.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so with Tournament Bowl, you just build a tournament, super easy. And each game, you just go down, you enter the scores in order. And as soon as you get to the last one, you hit save and it's updated. And I'm still old school, so I'll update it and then we'll go enter it in my Excel document, just because I like to have that for my record still.
Yeah, it's still technology.
Right.
So just in case.
If I had my first copy of my tournament Excel document was really rough, and then a buddy of mine that is a whole lot more advanced said, "Send me what you got. Let me fix it for you." And he made it super easy. Does everything for you. As long as you enter the number, you're good. But with Tournament Bowl, I want to say probably 3.5 years ago, Jeff DeMorris, the one that created the website, messaged me on Facebook and said, "Hey, I'd like you to try out my software." And I was like, "Sure, all right." And I have a hard time focusing and changing things.
Okay.
I was like, I'm good with my Excel. I'm good. Well, and then this year I said, you know what? Let's give it a try. And I started kicking myself for not going to it a lot sooner. Because we used to write names on score sheets, and my fiance is like, "Man, my hand hurts." I'd be bugging her at 11 p.m. at night, because you get guys that drop. Oh, Lance Emerson with a 6.8 spare.
Wow. Nicely done.
Be 11:30 at night, and I'm like, "Hey, guess what? Here's my roster. I need help writing names." And with Tournament Bowl, all the names are in there. I put the lanes on there, and I can just hit print, and it prints out all the score sheets. The score sheets have a little QR code on them. You just scan the code, and it takes you directly to the tournament.
Terrible leave there from Tim on what looked to be a very good shot. Almost the 4.57 or 4.5, or sorry, the 4.7 fall. QR codes, I feel like, are one of the greatest inventions ever, but they really helped tournaments, competitors, directors, etc. With that, I've seen them used. First time I saw them was an NDO tournament last year in July. Mm-hmm. And since really that point, I've seen tournaments everywhere. Almost have them everywhere you go.
They're great. I mean, I haven't gotten advanced enough to have them, like linked to Venmo or PayPal or anything like that for payments, but eventually I'll get there. I'm not too much of a tech guy. I'm still at that stage where if it's not working, let me just unplug it and plug it back in and hope it works next time.
Well, there's always a place for that. Let me tell you. Especially when you deal with all the stuff that I deal with. Never a good reboot never hurt anybody.
Right. I mean, if it comes to Excel, I can work in that all day, but this whole setup you got here, I'm afraid to touch any buttons or even get near buttons because I'd probably crash the whole system.
The funniest part of that, during our early conversations and getting in contact with Mike Is Mike the GM? Is that the proper?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, he's the GM of Lakeview and Bell, which is the sister center.
So talking to Mike, and you're like, yeah, I'm he's your guy in regards to anything internet related. What's up, Dylan Taylor?
Dylan Taylor in the chat.
Another good comment here from Josh. CBE tournaments are a great chance to bowl against not only the great bowlers in Arizona, but you get to bowl against PBA members from other states and test your abilities against them. So no one's seems like they're shying away from bowling against the best.
No, definitely not. In our community, I mean, they want the best players out there. I haven't had hardly any complaints of saying, hey, you're letting so-and-so bowl. They're a member. They shouldn't be bowling. I mean, our monthly tournaments, you're not bowling for life-changing money. So they just want to come out and get the competition from the best guys out there. Nice spare by Tim. Which is a great thing. It helps because, and part of the thing that I really like seeing when we run our monthly is, you see a guy make the finals that bowlers wouldn't say should be there. You have your Andrew Canes, your Matt Joneses, your Brianna Cotes, and you're like, yep, they should be there. Your Greg Thompson's in front of us. But when you get a guy that people think shouldn't be there, when you get them to make the finals, that makes me feel great as a director because, it shows the other guys in the field. They're like, well, if he made it, then I can make it, and they want to keep coming back and testing themselves and getting better. I mean, when I was a kid, we had JBTs, which was great, but before that, my home center, we had some really good players there that were adults, and I'd hang around and watch, and then after league, we wouldn't bowl pot games, but we would bowl for bragging rights, and for quite a while I got my butt kicked, and then I got tired of it. So I put in the work and got better, and that's the same thing that these guys are seeing now. They're coming out and they're bowling. They get their butts kicked a few times, but they keep coming back because they're trying to get better and learn, which is a great thing for the sport.
To me, it's like an adult scholarship tour.
Yeah.
Obviously we just removed the scholarship part. Maybe you're not quite touring, but you do move around a little bit.
Yep.
And as a player, as a bowler, you got something to bowl if you want to every month. Mm-hmm. If the schedule lines up.
Right. And I try to get the schedule out ahead of time so that they know and can plan around it and show up. Oh, Kyle Wakefield, I'll get you added to the 6 p.m. squad. We talked you into it. We were trying to get him last night to sign up, and he was back and forth. And we're like, come on, man. You got a great look on the burn. Just grind through the fresh, and you'll be fine.
I saw it mentioned already, and that was a good comment there from, or a comment, I should say, from Chad. But sometimes, a good comment is still a good comment. But it's been answered by Brian. And in regards to tennis shoes, but GT2, as far as that I've known him, he's always had a pair of sneaks specifically for bowling. And I think one of the larger reasons, among others that I may not know, is just from a size perspective. The bowling shoes weren't in my guy's size.
Right.
And so he had to do what he had to do.
Yeah, Greg's feet are not small.
No.
So definitely understand that.
Yes. And honestly, from someone who has also worn sneaks to bowl every now and then, because I don't slide either, I often plant. Now for me, I got back into bowling last year, first time in 4 years. And I had thrown my bowling shoes away like the year before. Intentionally, because I was like, okay, you need new bowling shoes, right? The only way you're going to get them is if you dispose of the ones that you have. So it's going to force you to do it. Well, I opted bowl league and then never got those bowling shoes. How about that?
Tim with the 7-10 conversion.
Okay, Tim.
Too bad it was a 4.710, but
That might be still clip worthy.
and you know what? I have been bowling in this center for probably 8 to 10 years, and I have never once seen the 710 spare.
It'd
Never
be
once.
nice to do it for 10K.
Right. That would be pretty awesome.
Anyway, finish that story. So I bowled the first 3 weeks of league with, some NMDs from Adidas. I had a teammate, collegiate teammate, Brian Valenta, one of the, you probably remember BV, right?
Yep.
The early two-handers that was really good at what they were doing.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, he would just leave his bowling shoes every now and then. So he always had an extra pair of those sneaks in the bag. He's bowled with sneaks a lot. So it's not uncommon. Obviously, bowling shoes still the mainstay. But the other thing, too, my wife does this and our best friend does it as well. And other people do it. Oftentimes people will now use, they will glue some Velcro on the bottom of a sneaker and then have, soles and heels just like they would with an interchangeable shoe. They've created their own and, being a little stylish at the same time as well. Eric Lee says, Theo, awesome job. Glad to see your hard work paying off. Good comment there from D-Ron. Look forward to seeing D-Ron again this morning or this, when is D-Ron bowling? Tonight. Yes, tonight.
6.
Even though I'm working on getting better with urethane, it's nice to see the other balls in my bag having some play this weekend. Okay.
I'm trying. Still some guys are starting with urethane, and what we saw yesterday at the sweeper, though, was they'd start with the urethane. Good shot there by Tim. They would start with urethane, but they got out of it very quickly on the fresh. So I'm very happy to see that. Over here on 7 and 8, we have letter C, which I think is Brandon Johnson-Croman. He's got front 6.
Front 6 alert. He made a 4-9 on lane 6 in the previous game.
Very nice.
Who are some of the players that, and obviously this is a group that overall pretty well from, accomplishments, et cetera, et cetera. So for someone like me who is not familiar with every player, but getting familiar because I'm starting to see some of the same faces.
Right.
And for the viewers who may not know names outside of, Brianna Cote, Andrew Kane, as an example, some of the other players they should be looking at and keeping an eye on. And we can just start with this squad here.
On this squad, definitely need to watch Matt Jones. He's down on 1 and 2 now.
I should have included Matt Jones.
Yeah, I was going to say Matt's good, and he won the sweeper yesterday.
Yes, he did. I talked about that.
So he's waiting for the transition to hit because he knows that he can hit that. I would say probably Kevin Jenkins.
Yep.
Good lefty. Kyle King, obviously. Wesley Lowe's on this squad. Oh, we got an update here.
Nice.
I mean, there's some good players. Craig Thompson right in front of us. William Graham would be somebody that I would watch.
Yes, I've obviously been seeing him near the top of the standings, which has changed a little bit.
Yeah, he just shot 160.
With Game 3, we'll go over the scores with you in 1 second. I'm going to drop the updated results link into the chat.
Yeah, and that's the thing with this pattern. These guys will hit a big game. They'll shoot 240, but they're going to shoot a 160 in there or a 170. And I think that's what I was kind of aiming for, too. You're always going to have your guys that are going to hit the pattern, regardless of what happens. In New Mexico, you've seen Jacob and you've seen Trey Ford whack them. But outside of those two guys, there might have been a couple others, but for the most part, the field was grinding. If you could pop off a big game and manage the rest, you felt pretty good. And I think we're kind of seeing that here with our numbers. You know, with Will Graham going 240, 210, and then shooting 160. So those are there.
You're almost guaranteed to have a game like that in an 8-game block on something that is difficult. I mean, and if it doesn't happen, obviously, you're doing something great. Or
Right.
if you can delay it to the last game,
Right.
you're doing something great.
If you can make your bad game be a 190 or a 2-0, you're doing something right, you know, and you're in the right part of the lane.
Steen Johnston with a double. Speaking of Matt Jones,
About to put up 250 down there.
his high game today so far is 256. That came in game 2 on 5 and 6. He had the front 7. Down on the 1 and 2. Front 3, spare, strike, split conversion. And 5 in a row. Got 9 on the fill. Another 256 for Matt Jones, who is being inducted according to Deontay Fields and Dylan Taylor. And I'm sure you knew that, and everybody probably in this building knew that
Yeah.
he's being inducted today.
Also on this squad is Ron Schloss, who's being inducted to
How
our
about that?
local
Okay.
Hall of Fame.
I saw his name high in the standings as well.
Ron has transitioned to my senior tour out here, but he also bowls the Open. Still gets out there with the kids and hangs with them.
So Matt Jones through 4 games now. 183, 256, 188, 256.
His chances of 180 this next game are pretty high up there. I hope for better for him, but his pattern is looking like a 180.
GT in a part of the lane that I saw him yesterday towards the end of the sweepers as well.
Yeah, once he moved left yesterday, he had a pretty good look, but you know, in the sweeper, he went 250, 260.
I was going to say, speaking of 160 games.
160, yeah. Yeah, and Matt actually, I think, shot 230 or 240 the last game to catch him. You know, he told me afterwards he was almost 40 pins behind GT going to the last game, and he said, I just want to try to finish second. And next thing you know, GT, you know,
Right.
had open, and then Matt's like, well, let me throw a double and
Right.
put a little pressure.
Yeah, I thought we were.
180, 250 pace, I'll be 100.
Matt confirmed our pattern that he's got. He's thinking 180, 250 every game.
Well, I mean, that's a sign of some level of success, but it might be good enough for the top 9, which is the goal for every squad competitor today. Get into the top 9, except for the Desperado, which will follow the C squad tonight. That's only 2 games, but they will take 5 players to round out the top 32. So it'll be 9 again from the A squad, 9 from B squad, 9 from C squad, and then 5 from tonight's 2-game Desperado squad. So Anthony Cando. Oh, wait, that's the wrong sheet, right?
No, that's the right one.
Is it?
After 3, yeah.
Yeah, game 3. Matt bowled so quick that they're already done with game 4.
Well, he struck a lot more than
Threw
everybody
me
else.
off. Yeah, every time I watch him, he's striking. Anthony Cando, 268 in game 3 to take the lead after 3 games at plus 86. Wesley Lowe second at plus 71. Speaking of Ron Schloss, third, plus 47. Ben Perry is fourth at plus 35. Matt Jones and William Graham tied for 5th momentarily, of course, at plus 27. Andrew Kane 7th at plus 15, followed by Sean at plus 13, and Charlie Price at the moment 9th at plus 12, with Brianna Cote, who shot 239 in game 3 now. She's in 10th, 5 pins back at the moment. Kyle King is plus 2 in 11th, and right now 11 players are plus.
Some numbers are looking about where I'd like them. Going down those standings, speaking of the guys that, you know, aren't usually up there, are not your big names, you know, like Ben Perry.
Okay.
He was one that just recently started turning the corner, and I mean, he actually won my last Open event that had 87 players.
Wow.
He beat a lot of good players. I mean, it had a field with Greg and Andrew Keen. I mean, there was a it was a stacked field. Charlie Price, who's right now on the number, he's one of my senior players. And Charlie's got a very simple game. He, plays it pretty straight, tries to stay out of trouble. So it would not surprise me if Charlie stayed near the top, just because he can manage the pocket and get his spares.
I tell you, no matter what level of bowling, what tournament you're bowling in, if you can do one of the two of those things, and obviously style is sometimes dependent on that, but if you can make a spare and keep it in play, you're going to have a chance.
Yes.
Oh, about time for a break there for Tim. He's been asking for one and was not being obliged. It's a big strike there. Could get him into the 180s with a double in the 10th. First sign of trouble here for Christine, but certainly makeable.
I'm thinking she's going to spare it. Calling my shot.
I like it. GT2.
No, I think GT is in a part of the lane where he's going to just, he's trying to manage it, stay out of trouble, but once it comes to him, he's going to strike a bunch in that part of the lane. That's where he struck yesterday a lot. And I think it'll come to him.
Hard way.
Ryan bowled yesterday and said, urethane wrecks this pattern for a couple games.
Well, the word must be out. It was an interesting conversation, though, through the first couple of games, because people who were watching and got an opportunity to see the pattern, and I put it on the screen, and they're taking a look at that, then based on what they're seeing, wondering, hey, has anyone thrown urethane? Actually, it seems like maybe it should be in play based on what we're seeing, and that just wasn't the case, or hasn't been the case. I believe it was Mark Myers was the only player through the first couple of games I saw really exclusively using urethane to some degree. His angles were still very straight. He wasn't out, but he was around, I would say 12, 13-ish, close to the third arrow.
Right. He was very deep.
Two-handed righty.
Yeah. And that's the thing. He's two-handed. I've seen that quite a bit, where two-handers can pretty much make a urethane work on anything. I tried to limit that with this pattern.
Cedric Bell got off to a really good start, but has been bitten by the split bug a couple of frames.
Big hit in the 9th. I've seen that a lot yesterday at the sweeper too. Guys would throw a 3-bagger, and then next thing I know, I look up and they're 7-2, 6-3. You're feeling good after a 3-bagger, and then you're, well, now I gotta grind the rest of the game to manage it.
I've seen that player before. Where's my trusty roster sheet? Who's that?
Virginia.
I've seen her before.
Virginia Young.
I don't know where.
She's originally from San Diego. Yeah, I think San Diego, North County, and moved out here a couple years ago.
I don't know. Maybe she bowled a tour stop or two every once, but
yeah, I think when they were at Fountain Bowl, she bowled.
Maybe that's it.
She's one of our better female players out here.
Mr. Johnson Croman.
Big game
for the high game of the tournament here. It's the Odie Mill Jinx right there.
Yep.
That's what I do. 3, 6, 9, 10, and now obviously not the easiest of spares in the 10th frame. One more, and Tim will put himself into the 180s. Dylan Taylor is the idol of many, I think. I've only, had minimal interactions with Dylan, obviously, but just in my short time and brief conversations, he might be inching closer to my idol list as well. Michael Jordan, Dylan Taylor. I mean, that's a list.
I'd put him up there with
Can't
Michael.
compete with that.
No.
Oh, Brandon. We'll take it.
It's exactly how he drew that one up. A little trip 4.9 there for Tim, get him in the 180.
That's what it is. Deontay Fields and Virginia shot 300 at the Open Championships this year, or 297. Either one. Okay. But I know I've seen her at a PWBA event, and I looked at her jersey has a PWBA patch on it as well. So, you know, sometimes you see a player and you go, man, you know you've seen that player before. They're typically striking too when it like clicks in your brain, like, oh yeah, the last time you saw that person, they struck a lot too.
Right. Yeah, I think she got off to a rough start, but now it's starting to come to her. Yeah, 160, 160, 170. So this will be definitely a big game for her. She can double in the 10th and make up some of that ground.
Got a hook.
There's the jinx.
Oh, just jinx me, man.
It's all right. I have the same effect. Anytime I pull out the camera to live stream somebody with front 9,
Oh, well, that's an instant.
guaranteed they're not
Yeah.
going to hit it.
I mean, you're hired because that's what we do all the time. We get paid to keep people from shooting honor scores.
That's why Steve keeps bringing you back, right? So that they don't shoot 300 in the finals.
Apparently. Although there aren't many opportunities, obviously, at that event. But I feel like there were a couple of front 8s at the New Mexico Open.
Yeah.
And
I had front 7, I think, with 2 or 3 Brooklyns.
yeah, I was going to say, I was right. You were close.
You know, that whole game, I was running the front 7, and I'm just like, I'm messing up at some point. There's no chance I'm keeping this going.
Talk about positive thoughts.
You know, I went there with absolutely 0 expectations. I was just there because I wanted to compete again, have a good time. And I got very fortunate that I popped off 250, 250 to start. Good shot there in the 10th by Greg.
Christine Johnson got to 209. Very, very nice game quality. Tim got to 188. Rachel Phil striking the field can get to 162. One more left for GT2. He can get to 174.
Virginia finished with a 230 over there. That's a big number. Brandon finished with a 255. Don't see many other big numbers around.
All right, 173 for GT2. Looks like all of our competition on 9 through 12 is also complete. So a bit of a small break. Everybody getting done at the same time. You love it as I'm assuming tournament directors really enjoy when everyone gets done about the same time every game.
Yeah, you know, there's always one
except
pair.
1 and 2.
Right. There's always one pair that's either way ahead or way behind. And you're like, come on, guys. What are you doing here? But I think it's going pretty smooth. You know, they're keeping up with the pace. I'm proud of Sean Wood for keeping up with the pace. There used to be a joke that if me and him were on the same pair, you had to have 2 less bowlers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You kids are in that category, huh?
You know, growing up bowling JBT, you can verify this with Jeff. If every pair had 5 on it, and if my pair had 5, it wasn't allowed. He always made sure that we had 1 less bowler. Always. Yes. Yeah. Many, many moons ago, myself and Kaysen Coyle.
Oh, I remember Kaysen.
Kaysen. He was a very slow bowler, too.
Went to UNLV.
Yes. Very slow also. Myself and Kaysen bowled for the Arizona Invitational title years ago in Tucson. And I think I had 2, it was triple elimination, and I had 2 losses. He had 0, so I had to beat him 3 times. I beat him the first 2, and then he beat me the 3rd game. But the funny thing about it was, being how slow I bowl and how slow Kaysen bowls, in the middle of game 2, Jeff had us hold. He said, I need you guys to hold. We're like, what's going on? He had to change the tape in his camera because he ran out of cameras.
Tape. Wow.
Yeah, that's how long. Yeah, that's how long ago that was.
This is. I want to know what camera he had. I'm so curious about this.
This was way back, I think, before Facebook and live streaming and all that good stuff.
We're using tape still. We're officially into, this is game,
I think game 5 they're starting.
Game 5, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We start on 9 through 12 just because they were kind of first to start. So we'll give you a little bit of 9, 12. We'll take you back through 5 through 8 here in a moment.
Going up on lane 9, actually lane 11, I think.
Yep.
Is Ron Schloss. That's one of our Hall of Famers.
Anthony Cando was up on 9, and he was the leader after 3 games.
Popping off the big 268. Get up there.
We'll get you back to Virginia Young in GT2. Sean Nemox has joined us. Is it Nemox or Nimix? Nimix, Nemox?
I think it's Nemox. TQ. How do you pronounce your last name?
Nemox.
You were right on spot.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah,
I've seen him somewhere too, but I don't know where.
I think he's from the Midwest. I think Chicago.
Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it, because that's where I'm from.
I think he's from Chicago originally. He moved out here recently, and he actually won my first win-a spot.
For this event?
For this event, yeah. And I think he, I don't remember if he shot 300. I know he had front 11 the last game to snap off the win in the win-a spot. Lance here in front of us hadn't planned the bowl. He was going to help me all day. And then the last win-a spot, I ran an open win-a spot and a senior win-a spot. And Lance got a spot through the senior side. So he goes, I guess I'm bowling at 7 and I'll help you the rest of the day. But Aaron here is doing a pretty good job keeping things up to date for me.
And obviously, you know, this is an open chair for you, so whenever you need to leave, come back, you do whatever you got the Steve Mackey treatment.
He's doing, you know, he kicked me out of my director spot at one of my tournaments. One of my over/under doubles. I said, hey, can you grab scores real quick? I'm going to run to the restroom. He said, sure. I come back and he's sitting in my chair entering scores, and he goes, go away. I got it. You're good.
We didn't tell you the bowlers you voted.
Well, Brandon has moved over to 9 and 10 and continuing some of his striking ways. So that's a name to keep an eye on. In fact, after 3 games, he was in 15th.
He was minus 20 and he just popped 255, so he's going to jump up to the 30s. That should jump him into the top 9. I didn't see very many big scores that game.
Again, top 9 is what the players are looking for each squad. You want to get in the top 9, that's an automatic advancement. In fact, it's the only way to advance per squad. You got to be in the top 9 to get to tomorrow's top 32. And then the Desperado squad, 2 games tonight after C squad, will be top 5. Is that Jenny Brown? Jenny Brown? Like,
she's from Florida originally.
Jenny Brown, like maybe Junior Team USA? Jenny Brown?
I don't know. She's new to the area, just recently moved here. And
she looks familiar.
all I've heard is good things, that she throws it good, and she joined our Thursday night scratch league. and all I've heard is good things. So I don't know. It may be the same person.
We'll get you back to 5 through 8 here in just a second. We talked about Jenny. We'll show her in a minute, along with Virginia Young. Chris
Strell.
Thank you. Strail.
His son, I think, is on the B squad.
Nice.
Garrett.
One more shot here. You saw Frank Uccioni. He's making, I think he's making his way left. He is. So we'll see Frank on 7 and 8 after this game, but we may pop back and forth a little bit. All right, so 5 through 8.
Looks like GT and Tim have both started with the first 3. I think GT went to a little stronger ball, but staying in the same part of the lane.
Man, Rob in the building, in the chat, taking a look, preparing himself to bowl this afternoon.
Golden shoes.
You told me about that last night. I'll be on the watch. Through 3 games, and that 4-game update should be happening pretty soon. But through 3, leading the way was plus 86, and that's Anthony Cando. 9th is plus 12 with 11 people plus overall. So according to Theo and what he was looking for, so far so good in regards to what it might take to advance in the tournament, or to I should say get to the top 32. That's a good question there, Brian. Theo would probably have a better idea on that. I don't have hometowns in front of me, but who do you think has traveled the furthest or the farthest? Based on,
I know we've got New Mexico, Las Vegas, Northern California. We have Josh Tajiri. I think he's on the B squad. But I think isn't Christine from Canada?
I believe you're right.
So
actually,
that may be the most air miles there.
I don't know where she lives day to day,
right.
But yeah. Thank you for reminding me of that.
So
she
if
spent some time on Team Canada.
Yeah, if she lives in SoCal now, then our furthest would probably be Tajiri. But Wesley's frying out in front of us.
Sounds like the high end is maybe a little better than the low end. If you're making the turn, be prepared. If you're just joining us for the first time, you are watching the CBE 10K Cactus Classic. It is the inaugural edition of this event, run by Complete Bowling Events, of course, also known as CBE. Theo Duthay handles business there. And he's going to pay $10,000 to the winner of this tournament tomorrow afternoon. But a long way to go before we get there. My name is Emil Williams Jr. with Bowlstream TV. Theo's in the booth with me at the moment and has been for the last couple of games. A squad on the lanes now. B squad will begin at 12:30. So how about that, Chris? We'll take that.
Wow. I wouldn't argue.
Arizona doesn't recognize daylight saving time, right?
We do not change time.
So when I reference, for me, this is Pacific time, but I know technically it's not.
Right.
If that makes sense. So what do y'all say?
I say Arizona time.
Okay.
I don't know if it's mountain or Pacific or whatever.
So I was thrown off. Let me finish that story in a second. So for everyone else, 12:30 p.m. Pacific time will be the start of the afternoon squad, which would be 1:30 Mountain, 2:30 Central, 3:30 Eastern. And then C squad will hit the lanes at 6 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Mountain, 8 p.m. Central, 9 p.m. Eastern time. And then the Desperado could be
Pretty late.
hopefully it's like 10:30,
I'm hoping.
10:45-ish.
Yeah, I think the way the 6 is looking, we may have. I thought about condensing it a little bit and having 4 on a pair still, but we may spread it and have 3 on a pair. That way we can go a little quicker and get the Desperado started a little earlier.
So those are the times, and then tomorrow we'll be back at it with match play, single elimination, 3-game total pinfall tomorrow. So should be fun. That's at 8 a.m. Pacific. We'll talk more about that again as we get to it. But so earlier today, there's Jenny Brown, by the way. Good shot.
I have to say real quick, thank you for saying inaugural. It is
I'm a
pet
stickler for
peeve when I see guys post tournaments or anything that says first
It is
annual.
not the first.
I'm a communication major,
Well, exactly. So
and I wrote a lot of papers.
I can't write that.
Grammar is a pet peeve. So when I see first annual, I have a little miniature fry out.
Oh man, that's funny. Thanks for that, Eric. So this is what threw me off, actually, right? As Tasman says, Arizona is technically mountain time, but so now I'm just completely thrown off. So here's what happened yesterday. When I got to the airport, I couldn't remember. I knew that Arizona did not recognize daylight savings time. So I'm like, okay, I got to make sure that specifically for scheduling purposes, when I schedule the events, I got to make sure the time is right.
Right.
Well, when I got there on the screen, it said, 8:54 a.m. arrival mountain time. It said Mountain ST. I said, okay, all right, it's mountain time. Well, when I get here, and I think I'm talking to my wife, or I was talking to my mom, and it was 2 hours ahead. And I'm like, I thought I was on mountain time when I got here, which technically would be, for me, it would be Pacific time. That's a 2-hour difference from the Central Time Zone to Pacific Time Zone, and I just got all kinds of twisted. And so I scheduled those events, the first 2 on the plane, which I think I was still technically in the Central Time Zone on the Wi-Fi. And when I got here, as you were leaving, I was scheduling the rest here in the bowling center. So we had at least 2 people who got up 2 hours earlier today waiting for this A squad to start, and I feel so horribly for them. And maybe I can ask Randy as a sponsor of this event. Hey, is there something cool I can get for those individuals who got here 2 hours early, looking and wondering why there was no live stream? Thankfully, they didn't say, man, this is terrible. Like, this live stream's not up. No, I just scheduled it for the wrong time, unfortunately.
We were just really late in starting today. That's what it was.
Yes. Oh, man. 36910 there for Virginia. I know I've definitely seen her. Let's look up Jenny Brown here. Chad, good question. Standings are posted here. Let me scroll up and grab that link for you. All right, so I'm going to try to remember to post this link every game. There it is. And speaking of that, I think we do have game 4 updated. Matt Jones after the 256. He has literally gone 183, 256, 188, 256, plus 83. Anthony Kando plus 65 is in second. Wesley Lowe is third at plus 42. Kyle King is fourth at plus 37. Brandon Johnson Croman, as we talked about, the 255. He was in 15th. 10 places in one game. He's up to plus 35. Andrew Kane is sixth at plus 28. William Graham is seventh at plus 27. Ben Perry is eighth at plus 24. And Brianna Cote now has made her way into the top 9 for the first time today at plus 17. With Corrine Acuff in 10th at plus 5. Both Charlie Price and Ron Schloss now at plus 4. And 12 players, plus or better. Or 12 players plus, excuse me. No one is even at the moment. Keith Fung right now -8 and still lurking. So is Frank Guccione at -12, 13th and 14th respectively. Sean Nemox, who we're watching here, is 15th at -26. Other players we're watching, Lance Emerson is 24th at -58. Chris Strail is 18th at -40. GT2 is -50 at the moment. That is Greg Thompson Jr.
I wouldn't be surprised if he got to even after this game.
Tim, who again, barring some bad breaks on 5 and 6, shouldn't have shot 188. That was 220.
Easy.
He is 17th at -32. Appreciate the staff again. Theo. So we got Theo, we've got Aaron.
Yep, Aaron.
Who else is helping you out this week?
And it looks like Annie has started helping out. Lance will be helping run some scores the next 2 squads. That's the great thing, is I've had a lot of people, you know, that offer to help. So they know how big of an event it is, and they know how hard I've worked, and they're just all very appreciative of everything that I do and willing to help as much as they can. So,
well, I mean, it takes a village, right? Now,
absolutely.
I have 2 kids, 2 small ones. You have children. So you know that phrase, what that means in that world. But it's the same in anything that you're trying to build. And you're not only have built something, and it's growing tremendously. And kudos and congrats to you for what you're doing.
It's definitely satisfying. Actually, our last event, you know, I had 87 bowlers. And usually I can do our monthly stuff on my own. You know, I got a lot of, you know, I'll put 4 or 5 on a pair, and with 24 lanes, I don't have far to walk.
Right.
I can get it done quickly. But with 40 lanes at our last tournament and 87 bowlers, I was very fortunate that Lance showed up and said, where do you need me? If that hadn't happened, I would have been behind. And that's another pet peeve of mine. You know, growing up bowling JBTs run by Jeff, things were always on time. You weren't sitting around waiting to find out what the cut score is or waiting for your brackets or anything like that. There's no excuse to be waiting for that. If you're getting scores every game, there's 0 excuse. So
I can rock with that. Like Michael Jackson, I can rock with you on that. And from my vantage point, you know, the job that I do, typically cut scores, because I don't typically want to go off the air unless it's just, you know, we just know it's going to be a long time, whatever event it is. And sometimes it just, that's how it goes. So you can catch it obviously online, et cetera, et cetera. But typically, if there's a cut involved, I won't go off the air until I know that number and I can tell the people what that is. And then 2, the most common question typically asked on a live stream, where can I find standings?
always.
100%, and they are correct. The viewer should be able to find the standings online. Not every event is as good with that thing. Sometimes it's a little delayed, sometimes not. But what I am noticing is, again, with technology and its involvement in bowling, that being able to get standings out quickly or quicker is a much simpler and easier thing to do if, you know, the person is willing to kind of take on the challenge of adding technology in that vantage point. You know, you mentioned Jeff Hemer, and you know, he got me a paper copy, and then he's, you know, updating them online, and boom, and then you've done the same thing.
Yeah,
and I appreciate it.
And you know, in the past with my monthly stuff, I couldn't really update quickly, but with that term at bowl.com, now it's updated instantly. And I mean, I've had people that are very happy with that because, you know, like Fitz would be here, Michael Fitzgerald would be here bowling, Virginia would be somewhere else not able to bowl, and next time I'd see her at league, she'd be like, I'm really glad you used this because I can see how good or bad, Michael's bowling. So I've gotten comments like that.
Is he bowling?
Fitz is bowling.
Is he
6
bowling right
p.m.
now? 6?
Yeah. He's on this.
Oh, there he is right there.
That 6 p.m. is stacked with a lot of talent.
How about that?
Yep. Yeah, Fitz will be bowling at 6. I think he's down here ball repping for Virginia, though.
I was going to say, that's the one thing I don't think, at least from the YouTube perspective, like if this was a Facebook Live, you can pin comments. I don't think you can do that on, but let me go add that link to the description, actually. 245 for GT2. I haven't seen GT in a little minute. The last time I may have seen him was the Masters couple years back, maybe. He led the first day, the first squad. That might have been the last time I saw him in person. And I got a chance to chat with him about his performance that day. I do recall that vividly. Chad, the pattern has been announced, and he actually posted it a couple days ago. I have dropped it on the screen a couple times in this broadcast. After whoever is first basically to finish bowling on these pairs, and if they finish at the same time, as to not cover the screen, but I will post that on screen. My goal was to probably do it 4 to 5 times a block, to just remind everyone of what the players are bowling on. Yeah, I spent 3 days at at the New Mexico Open. Every time someone asks what the pattern is, we don't know what the pattern is. And so now when we ask, I'm like, oh yeah, I can throw that up on the screen for you.
I debated not posting the pattern. Because I'm a big fan of not having a pattern posted. Just because, when I grew up bowling, and this is one of the things that drives me nuts at every tournament. I get guys 3 weeks, 4 weeks before the tournament. What's the pattern going to be? Honestly, I have no clue because I don't even think about it until probably a week before. I've got so much going on between my real job, running tournaments, and everything else that I don't even think about it. And I usually try to post the pattern, though, on the Monday before the tournament. And it drives me nuts because, where I was going with this is when I grew up, we didn't know what the patterns were. You had your benchmark ball. You stood in the same spot. You threw it. You saw what it did and made adjustments. I know I'm left-handed, so there's not a lot of adjustments. It's usually
some people didn't know that you were left-handed until you just said it.
You throw it on the gutter and decide which ball you're going to throw on the gutter. But, that's just how I grew up. But I'm trying to grasp and understand players nowadays with the advanced technology of bowling balls and the patterns and all that good stuff. That, guys do want to have an idea, at least volume and length. That way they can not have to bring 20 balls.
Right.
So I'm trying to understand that. At the end of the day, though, I still just figure it out, make an adjustment.
What's your even being left-handed, I just take that out of play. Like, nice shot by Tim, and what that's going to do for Tim is now at worst, with good count, the next shot is going to put him in the, what's that, 220s?
I think
230s?
230s, yeah, at minimum. If he gets this next day, he's going to be in the 240s, barring really bad count on the fill ball. But
well, based on this pattern, we've seen a few of those today. What's a minimum? Like, are you a 6 bowling ball type? You're like, I'm taking 6, maybe at minimum to a tournament.
For me,
yes, for you.
So let's use New Mexico as an example.
Okay.
I took 8 bowling balls, and on the drive up there, I told Matt Jones I'm probably going to only use 2. And I only used 2. This threw the Pink Widow and my spare ball. I think I tried to throw my purple hammer once. I said, nope, we're going back to the pink, and just figured it out. But, I mean, going to a tournament like that, you know, I'll usually bring 8 just to give myself some options. I don't like having too many options because I think you get confusing if you don't really know your bag. You know, you can get really confused, and then at the end of the day, you can question yourself of, should I have made that ball change? Shouldn't I have made that ball change? You know, whereas when you have less options, it kind of puts more. Nice 240 there
Nice.
for Tim. You know, when you have less options, it kind of puts more on you to make the right adjustments and throw better shots, which is, like I said, you know, that's what I like to do.
Chad, it is 44 feet in length and 28.7 mils. With once you look at the graph, and you'll see it here. It's also posted on the CBE 10K Classic event page. If you click on discussion, if I recall correctly.
Yep.
Click on discussion, and then scroll down. There's a post that lists probably about 10, 12 items of things that Theo wanted to alert everyone to prior to bowling. This was a couple days ago. And the first comment on that post, the pattern is there, but I will share it here in just 1 second.
Greg's got a chance for 240 on that pair also. It's the first one, puts him in 230s.
I was when you had to momentarily step away. I think the last time I saw Greg in person was at the Masters, and I think it was 19. I think he led his squad and ended up, I think, leading the day overall. But every time I see him, just like any other really great player that I see who still strike, they were striking the last time I saw them, and they're still striking, you know, 3 years later, which is good. But it's always good to see GT.
And you know, GT, if he didn't, oh, bad break there. If he didn't have the injuries that he's had,
Yep, 100%.
I wonder, you know, what could have happened. I mean, we all know, if you know Greg, you know that he blew up his arm pitching. Wild thing with Greg a few years ago, at the end of 2019. I had it was my first year where I had an actual full season with points and everything.
Okay.
And we had an end of the year major, and I think we paid $3 grand to win, $3 or $4 grand. And Greg tore a tendon in one of his fingers. He still finished in the top 4. Like, that's how much talent this guy has. It was, you know, we're looking at him. He was bowling with one finger out of the ball because it was swollen bigger than his thumb. And he's still just putting it to these guys.
That's incredible. Virginia is ready to bowl on this pair now, she proclaimed. It's like maybe a ball change there on the fill. Great shot to get to 172. Sean here saving 170, which could go a long way. You know, once the block is over. 170 looks better than 140. 233 for GT, 243. So Marcelo, and that's the 2 highest games we see around the building. There was a 235 and a 222 on 3 and 4. We've got a couple shots left to our right on 9 and 10. So let's get you there. That's Anthony Kando.
Looks like he's getting into the 230. Oh, that's a tough spare.
Must be the 278 there.
Yeah.
Yep, 278. That's his. Well, he's going to make this. Well, he's going to be in the 220s no matter what. That was game 5. Could be a pretty good pace, I would say.
Ryan Riley in front of us. He's one of our tournament sponsors.
Okay.
He just said,
I support the sponsors, absolutely.
Ryan Riley's the owner of the Pro Shop sponsor, 10-Back Bowling Solutions. And he just says to me, well, I get to watch football tomorrow.
Good spare, by the way, from Kando. He did make the 278.
It's going to get him to the 230s.
I got to be honest. I haven't seen someone eat a Mounds or an Almond Joy in maybe a decade.
One of my favorite candies.
Really?
Love coconut.
I feel like you're in that very small focus group.
I also like Junior Mints.
Oh, my God.
Love Junior Mints, yeah. Actually, I used to coach one of the high school girls bowling teams out here years ago. And I made a joke with the girls that, you know, if they missed a spare that cost them a game, they would owe me Junior Mints. So one of our girls missed a single pin that cost them a match. And the next practice we show up, and it was a total joke. The next practice we show up, and they had the giant king-size box of Junior Mints for me.
That is, I feel like I had this conversation recently. We'll watch Roy McKnight for a little bit here, and then we'll get you back to 5 through 8. Who else we got on 9 through 12? There, looks like Tim has made his way along with GT2. They're going to be on 9 and 10. And then Ron, I believe, right?
Yes.
And I don't know that individual.
Logan Downey is in the gray
Downey.
shirt.
Okay.
Yep. Roy is one of my senior players. Looks like we got Sean Wood down there.
Yeah, when I was talking to Sean this morning, I also met Roy. And sounds like Roy is in the home inspection type business who helped the Duthay family a little bit.
He did. He did my walkthrough on my house before they did any drywall. I made sure to have it walked through by somebody that knew what they were doing because our builder was absolutely terrible.
Okay.
Their communication, they built a great house.
Okay.
Their communication was
about to say, right, because
absolutely awful.
You know, now we're talking about life here. You guys are in the home, so it's got to be okay.
It's a great built home. They just their communication is terrible. Well. And the week of my closing, my salesperson was in another country and didn't tell me. So I'm emailing saying, "Hey, are we closing?"
Oh wow.
And I'm getting no answers. I'm freaking out because I'm selling through, OfferPad, and they need a closing date when I need to get out of the house. And I'm like, I don't know. My salesperson.
Yeah, because someone would like to move in as well.
Right. So it wasn't quite. We are now 6 months later, still waiting for them to fix things.
Okay.
So that's how wonderful they are. Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that. I really am. I just went through that, not that particular process, but just the home selling, buying. It's a process.
Right.
As I'm sure Jacqueline Smith knows, you should reach out to her at West USA Realty, proud sponsor of the inaugural CBE 10K Cactus Classic.
Yes, Jackie is our Arizona State and Metro Phoenix president, USBC president.
Oh, how about that?
She's a big supporter.
Wow.
Of bowling. She's a great person. I think she's going to swing by at some point today or tomorrow. She's a sponsor of one of our big senior tournaments that we run every year.
That's pretty impressive. So they weren't playing around when I was talking to, again, Sean and Roy this morning, and just about we're talking about building relationships and the networks and the people that you meet, right? And sometimes you just don't know what else a person may do until you start having these conversations.
Right.
And to have the president of the local association. Also be able to get you a great home. That's pretty impressive. Someone
Yeah.
you should know.
Yeah, she's a great person, big help. And the great thing about her is she doesn't, she does everything the right way. If you have a realtor already, she doesn't try to steal you, but she's happy to answer any questions that you might have about the process. That's what I really like about Jackie. I mean, she's a great person. We definitely appreciate her support. And I think all of our sponsors are bowlers. We got Ryan with 10 back. Ramsey Auto Center is owned by Nick Cianciola. He's another one of my bowlers.
Okay.
He bowls my Thursday night league. Nick's also a realtor, and I think he's a partner in a brokerage. And then this year he bought Ramsey Auto Center to take on the mechanic business. He's a very busy person as well. So
Ron did strike there, by the way. I thought I had made the change over to from a graphics perspective. Every now and then I'll forget, and so now I'm curious that I've been making the change every game. I think I was. I always forget something in a live stream, and it's so interesting. Scooby, great name, by the way. I didn't actually know a Scooby, and I don't know if it's the same Scooby. I don't think it is, but Scooby in Chicago is a legendary bowler, and he actually played a small role. He didn't know it, but a small role in how I chose the school to go bowl that I ended up going to, which was Lindenwood. Interesting story, not quite convoluted, but the gist of it is I changed junior leagues. I was going to go to college right out of high school. As we see Andrew Kane, we'll see Wesley Lowe on this pair as well. So 2 really good examples if you're left-handed on what to do.
yeah, they got a great cross. And all of our lane assignments was random draw. So for Wesley and Andrew to draw the same pair, I think that was a pretty good draw.
I see some comments that I will address, or at least have Theo address, as I'm someone who reads the rules too, or at least I read his Facebook post talking about the dress code, but we'll mention that here in just a second. But yeah, so I switched junior leagues. I was going to go to school right out of college, and the schools I were going to go to ended up not working out the way I had planned. So I ended up staying a year at home and going to a very good school in Chicago called Columbia College. I knew I wanted to be in the TV, the radio TV world. Ended up majoring in radio. So I was pretty content with, if this is where I needed to be for 4 years, I knew I was going to be good from the other professional part, if you will. Right. But I really wanted to bowl. That was my first goal. And so going into the next league I was in, I knew Scooby, but just having a random conversation. Hey, Scooby, he was one of the junior league coaches. Do you know any schools giving out any college scholarships to bowl? And he said, yeah, actually, I heard about this school. Of course, no one knew what it was at the time, Lindenwood.
Right.
And
it's become quite the college for bowling.
Yes. And reach out to this person. And literally, that's kind of how that was the start of how I even got to that school. So, Scooby, you didn't need to know all of that in this chat, but you are associated with someone who helped change the course of my life. And yes, I do talk to the chat, and I talk often because, I do a lot of stuff on another platform, Bowl TV, right? Work with the PWBA Tour often. But any live stream that I do, I kind of treat it as more of a radio show. You just heard me say I was going to major in radio. And it's like a 4-hour, in our case, typically 4-5 hour squads, right? But it's a show.
Yeah.
I got some stuff that I may want to talk about, right?
Yep.
Talk about what's happening on the lanes, bowling, etc. But the chat, to me, are the callers of the show. And you have to have that type of engagement and interaction to, help it go along.
Correct.
Because, when you're bowling on Red Square or 40-foot U.S. Open 1-to-1, there's not going to be a lot of strikes.
No.
So you got to get through the block, and the chat helps us do that. So I appreciate it.
Absolutely. I've watched a few different live streams, and I enjoy hearing commentary, not just watching a ball. You know, all the bowlers bowl. I prefer to hear what's going on, hear stories, and all those different things. It helps keep you kind of engaged with wanting to keep watching.
There is one thing I have found out over the years of just watching live streaming evolve, right? Because it's only been about maybe 13, 14 years since we started seeing live streaming in bowling. So it's not new, but new enough still, right? But I know that generally people do not like to hear silence if they're watching bowling.
Yes.
Give them the pins at least, and certainly, if applicable, some level of commentary.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, to your dress code, and then finish your comment, though.
No, so dress code, I'm not very strict, but since we do have sponsors and we have the live stream and a bigger audience, I'm just asking for the players to look a little more professional, not 100%. I allow shorts because, let's face it, we're in Arizona, it's hot. I don't want to bowl in pants if I can bowl in shorts. So I'm not going to make my bowlers have to wear pants if they prefer to wear shorts. I prefer for them not to wear jean shorts because, let's be honest, jorts haven't been in since John Cena. So I prefer those to not be an option.
That's so funny.
I'm a huge wrestling fan, so.
No. The term jorts always gets me because it's so funny, right? So, growing up, jean shorts, like we just never called them jean shorts or definitely not jorts. Like, I didn't. Jorts, hearing the word jorts for the first time was more like a cultural shock for me. Like, and we just don't say that where I'm from. They're just shorts. But it made total sense how you came up with jorts, or whoever came up with it. But to your point, I could see that. I appreciate a good opportunity to wear shorts at a tournament because I don't see it very much, right?
Right.
Andrew with a nice smile is, he can't hear what we're saying. He said we're so quiet. I'm not a loud person.
I am.
Ah, okay.
Andrew knows that.
Well, see, typically whenever I'm with a loud person, it just balances it out.
Happy I can wear shorts because Theo wore shorts today. See, so.
And we were just talking about shorts.
And that was the thing. People were like, can we wear shorts? I said, I'm the director and I'm wearing shorts. So if you would like to, go for it.
Coolest day we've had in a month.
Right. I know you got here at the right time. It's only like 92 or something like that.
Yeah, that's weird. So last night, people are loving the wrestling references. And I apologize if there's a sniffle or two for me. I'm trying to mute myself, but Mike warned me this morning. There's a fan right here on basically between 6 and 7, and he called it airplane mode only, and it has started to affect me a little bit from the sinusy perspective. So I apologize if there's a sniffle or two.
It's definitely airplane mode or off.
Correct. Yes, and it can be off. So I'll be okay. I'll get through it. But I was talking to Wesley this morning, and I was like, I was not expecting rain. Like, rain in Arizona just doesn't register, right? You know, it just obviously I'm not from here, so when I think Arizona, I'm thinking sun, and I'm thinking high temperatures. And so I went to Target last night, and the clouds start rolling in and getting dark, and I'm like, am I at home? Like, is this Chicago or is this Phoenix? Or what's happening right now? And a ton of rain dropped last night. I wasn't expecting that.
And that's the thing. Like, when it rolls in here, you better get
it rolled in.
We were actually, we had just finished volleyball practice for my oldest daughter and getting ready to start soccer practice for my younger daughter. And we go out to the field, and they said, it ain't happening. Well, what do you mean? Well, we have lightning strikes within 5 miles, so obviously you got to be safe for the kids. And so we just handed out jerseys, schedules.
Aaron said he needs you.
Handed
Thank
out,
you.
jerseys, schedules, and by the time we got to the car, it started pouring. So just perfect timing.
It looked like a pouring situation yesterday,
Yes.
and I was like, okay, I've seen this before. I know what to do. And I'm someone who my wife hates this, even in any place. Like I might go a little slower than others, right? And I generally get sidetracked, which you can very much do at Target,
Yes.
right? But I went in there with a purpose. I wanted to get some water because I knew what my schedule was today, so I need to remain hydrated. And then you start looking at other stuff, and I'm like, nope. You saw what was about to happen outside. You got to get back.
You better get in the car and
You
go.
better get in the car. Game 5 is up, folks. I just dropped that chat. Sure, hello. I can do that for you in just a little bit. We'll get you back to 9 through 12 and check in on those pairs.
I'm going to step away for a moment. I
Okay.
guess Aaron needs my help.
No problem.
I will be back in a few.
Thank you, sir. That's Tournament Director Theo Duthay, hanging out with me for, I think, about 3, maybe 4 games. He's going to check into some things and handle some tournament business. We'll talk about standings. Here's Wesley Lowe. Watching Wesley, I continue to see his level of improvement and versatility on display. Just watching him, post shots, be a bit more steady at the foul line. Nicely done. Good spare and a good shot there for Chris. All right, so Anthony Cando back in the lead after 5 games at plus 98. Plus 98. Ben Perry second at plus 78. Wesley Lowe is third at plus 77. Matt Jones is fourth at plus 68. Brianna Cote is fifth at plus 52. Andrew Kane is sixth at plus 50. Kyle King is seventh at plus 31. Mark Myers is eighth at plus 30. And Ron Schloss is ninth at plus 18. All right, so that puts Charlie Price, and I believe Charlie was just outside the number a game ago. He still is at plus 15. I'm sorry, at, yes, that's right, plus 15. Tim Ursillo with the big 243 now. He is 11th at plus 11. William Graham now 12th at plus 6. Brandon Johnson Croman shot 170 to fall out of the top 9. He is now 14th, and he is tied with Frank Guccione. I beg your pardon. Frank Guccione is tied with Keith Fung at plus 2 for 14th place. So 9th at the moment is plus 18 with, at this point, 2.5 to go. And speaking of Tim, Tim has gone strike, spare, 6-bagger. I'll take you back there after this shot here from Chris. He and GT2 are starting to kind of put a few strikes together, although GT struggling a little bit here this game. All right, good shot there for Wesley. And now over to 9 through 12. 3-bagger now on the board for GT2. Again, if you have questions on where to find the standings, the link is above. And I will drop a new link for every squad. I imagine it should be different. If not, but we'll find that out as we go. Ben Canfield's back in the chat and checking in and with the Grand Canyon University team trials. Ben, you got some info on Mr. Cando that we might know, or that I might be educated on. But did he bowl at Grand Canyon University? He is leading the squad. Wow. Off camera, Andrew Kane. Almost like an invisible messenger. One of my goals for this game was to find out about Jenny Brown. Again, I think she was a Junior Team USA member. Yes, she was. If this is her, but I think it is. She was a part of the Clash of the Champions. If for those of you who may remember that back in the day.
I remember that.
Yeah, she was. I forgot which event she won to make it at that point. But if it's the same Jenny, she would be from Deland, Florida originally. And she won junior gold. That's right. In 2007 or 6, one or the other. Nick watching from San Diego. Oh, no, he's providing some information about Anthony, I believe.
Nick is from San Diego.
Nick also is from San Diego.
I grew up with Nick, yes.
Alvin Lew's Pro Shop. Shout out to Alvin Lew's. That's to the left there. Frank walking that one in. And Guccione now with a 6-bagger of his own. Tim missed in the 9th, but he still got 259 out there.
Wow. Yeah, it seems like transition's starting to get there, and now they're going to open up just a little bit for the guys that can get left. So funny thing with Alvin Liu, years ago when I lived in San Diego, I was going to Grossmont Community College, my sister and I, and we needed an elective. So we signed up for beginners bowling. We tried. So we signed up for beginners bowling. We go there the first week and they said, no, you got to at least do intermediate. You know, and I ended up kind of teaching the class. But with Alvin, he had the pro shop at the center that we bowled at for our class. And Alvin and I had known each other for a while. He watched me go through juniors and all that good stuff. And then I told him, I said, hey, Alvin, my sister and I are starting this class. And he would always come talk to all the students, talk about ball fit and all those other things. And I said, Alvin, I know absolutely nothing about bowling. Make sure you point that out. So during the first class, he kind of made sure to over-exaggerate when explaining things to my sister and I, just to kind of go along with the joke. And the teacher figured out really quick, though, that we knew a couple things. We had been around the game for a while.
Here's Tim in the 10th frame, left side of your screen.
Shot there.
Beautiful shot. Brandon Johnson Croman. Children watching. I got to take you to Guccione here for a minute.
Oh.
And that's 7 in a row. And that's Jenny Brown on the left of your screen there. 4-pin.
I think Frank got off to a rough start and he's coming back now, right?
Yeah, 146 246. Oh, I'm sorry, 243, 168. And then he's going 231, 214. And he's +2, but not anymore. In a good way.
He's guaranteed to be in the 230s. This could put him in the 240s.
Mr. Bell looking for some carry. Tim, Frank.
4-9.
And a couple of 4-9s we've seen and some 6-8s on this pattern.
Ron getting the first one in the 10th over there.
See how Frank will take this opportunity. Might throw a little, yep. It's a good way to get one and try to throw something close to the 1-3. See Tim. This is for 259. And looks like 257, 256.
256.
So that's the third 256 game we've had today. But the high game belongs to Mark Myers, who shot 279 in game 5. Oh, nice. I love the reactions there. That's Ron?
That's Ron. Yes.
I like Ron.
Mr. Ron Schloss. He's a fun character.
Wow. GT2 sending him. That's 5 in a row.
Anthony Candu. Is it Candu or Cando?
That's a great question. I took it as Cando,
That's what I think it is.
but we'll confirm. Sean Wood. Andrew Kane.
Andrew's salvaging this game.
Back to Ron.
Gets the 212.
Business starting to pick up here. Seeing some players that look a bit more comfortable.
Yeah, they were able to start moving left. And
Oof. Good shot.
Greg wanted that one. Sean Niemox with the 3-10 going out with the 10 taking out the 3 to get the second one in the 10. Strong finish there by Andrew. Confirm Cando.
Dallas Leon checking. See, because I know that Dallas is a credible individual. If he didn't follow that up with the joke, I would have believed it. And then, of course, spent the rest of the day calling Anthony the wrong name. But yes, because of the spelling of that name and just the O on the end, sometimes you guess and it's right. But you see Roy.
Or sometimes you add letters to a last name and call me Donut.
You told me that story last night. Theo Donut. That's tough. After you won a tournament too.
Yeah. I know I enjoy donuts, but that is not my last name.
McKnight and Bell finishing up the 10th frame down on 11 and 12. We'll see Logan Downey here in a moment, along with Andrew Kane on 7 and 8. We'll see Charlie Price and William Graham both for the, we'll see William Graham for sure on 5 and 6. I think we're going to see Charlie as well, and we will.
They're both winners on my senior tour. The green and black jerseys is for their first title.
Okay.
For the seniors, we do different colors. I have, I think, three seniors right now with 4 titles. They're all racing for the 5th one to see who's going to get the gold and black jersey.
Roy got to 178, and Cedric Bell can strike to get to 191 through the first 2 in the 10th. And then we're back to 5 through 8. We'll see Ron Schloss here. And another view at, we'll see if Anthony is still the leader. 191 indeed for Cedric. And back to 5 through 8. This is game 7, right?
I think they're starting game 7, yeah. Moving at a good pace.
Wouldn't have scratch pull out wasn't for this guy.
Kyle King with the shout out there.
A lot of shout outs for, and rightfully so. I don't know if this was this is like the first. I certainly won't call it the first, but like, you know, the opportunity obviously to have some streaming. Now CBE will reach some new individuals across the country and in some places the world.
That's the goal.
And so now, hey, the complete bowling events. You know, I'd imagine this is going to end up being something that people put on their schedule. It's in a good time of the year. You know, depending on, you know, what you do, where you are, but, you know, after Labor Day, there's typically some really good events August into September as well. So, you know, most can't get to all of them. So depending on where you are in the country, perhaps you can, and you put this one on your list.
Yeah, and that's kind of the plan with it. I mean, you've got like a little amateur swing here. You know, we've had the TAT in Las Vegas last week with the Vegas Open, and you got this, and then next weekend out here again is a regional. So I'm thinking moving forward, this is probably going to be how the little swing is. You know, you got chances to come make quite a bit of money within a short period of time.
And that regional is in Mesa, right? Did I hear that correct?
Correct.
I was talking to Kevin about that this morning.
Yep. Jacob Buttress hosting that one. That one's at Mesa next weekend.
You bowling?
I'm not.
Okay.
You know, I tried to bowl the TAT last week, and I think my body reminded me that I don't bowl. I bowled one squad, threw it terrible, and then I tried to bowl the next day, and for I think only the second time in my life I had to withdraw after 2. My hip and my knee were in pain, and my body's sitting there going, hey, I gave you New Mexico. This is enough of this.
Yes. Yeah, I'd let you get away with, you know, obviously there's a lot of games bowling at that event too.
Yeah. My body said, get back to running leagues, bowling 3 games a week, and running tournaments. That's what you do better.
Shot Logan. 4-pin though. A lot of 4-pins today. 4 pins, 4 9s, 6 8s for lefties. Aaron knew that one was a good shot from Frank, and it was.
And there's some OB out there.
Yes.
Makes me happy when I see that.
And not a lot of room for forgiveness. Especially if you miss early, and, you know, in some cases missing late, especially down lane.
Right.
If you are just joining us, this is game 7 of 8, the inaugural complete bowling events $10,000 Cactus Classic. Love the name. Live from Lakeview Lanes in Sun City, Arizona, 30 minutes from the Phoenix airport, to give you a decent view. Think about that when you head if you're not from the area. Emil Williams Jr. with Theo Duthay, the tournament director. Are you the sole founder of CBE?
Yes, for the most part. I paired up with Jacob Buttriff when I first started and said, hey, you know, I have a small spectrum. What can you pair up with me so we can have a bigger audience? And you know, so myself and Jacob ran our first tournament. And I think Brian Shamber said it earlier. Our first tournament was at AMF Deer Valley before Bolero bought all the AMFs and Brunswicks. And the air conditioner went out. And it was in July. It's good times in Arizona. But I mean, for our first event, it was great. We got nothing but good feedback. And they said the only thing that needed to be better was that the air conditioner needed to work, which that was out of my control. So, and I think Andrew Kane won our inaugural, our very first event. I think he won it.
It'll be nice in a couple years when you start looking back at, you know, you obviously keep a tally on how many you've hosted and ran, et cetera, but, you know, the winners, you know, the leaders in titles.
Yep, I have all of that.
All of those items, and
I keep notes in my phone. That's where I live out of, is Apple Notes page. I have every single winner on there, and you look through that list, and it's like, wow. You know, you got some big names on there.
How many? Not to put you on the spot. How many names? Or how many winners overall you think we've had? Have you had to this point?
Oh, let me see. All-time winners. I can't count as many as we have.
Sure.
But probably off the top of my head, I'd say in our open division, it looks like maybe 20 to 25 different winners. We have a few that are multiple-time winners. Brianna has won 3 titles. Cortez has won 4. Shocker there.
I was just about to say that.
And actually, that's singles titles for Cortez. Tez also has 2 doubles titles with Warren Eels. So Tez has 6 overall titles. Kyle King's won a few. PJ Haggerty has won an event. Dallas Leong. I mean, we've got some good players. Stu Williams has won. I think Sam Cooley is undefeated in this building.
Wow, okay.
He's 3-0. Both 3 times here, and he's won all 3. Speaking of Brianna, I have to give her a shout out. This live stream doesn't happen. I don't have you here without Brianna.
She was instrumental. She was the first person that I reached out to, simply because I knew her and I knew that she was associated and that bowled the events, and obviously you guys were close in that regard. So I inquired, and here we are.
Yes, and you know, it was really cool when she sent me a text and said, hey, Emil is interested in the 10K, and I'm like, holy crap. Because I think this is one of the best streams out there.
Well,
so
I appreciate it.
To get the attention from Bullstream was really cool.
I appreciate it. Again, I'm in the relationship, you know. For me, it was like, okay, I know Bree is a part of something that, if she's a part of it, probably something I should probably be a part of if it's possible. You know, 10K events typically bring out really good fields.
Right.
And, you know, so very happy. I'm extremely happy, obviously, to be here. Thank you for the opportunity. I thank Mike as well for, you know, we had our email exchange leading up to it, trying to get things sorted out. internet and all that kind of stuff. Thanks to Carl, who the IT director I learned so much about yesterday. He's a funny dude.
That was pretty funny yesterday. You had a question. I don't know how to do this on a Mac, and he just takes it from you.
Yeah, and I'm good with IT. If it's in the hands of an IT direct, I know they know what they're doing. The good news was I was correct at what I thought was the answer to that. I somehow transposed the password.
Gotcha.
Yes, Scooby, that is the one and only Theo, who you watched at the New Mexico Open. Sweet swing. Okay, Ron.
I did learn watching back the live stream from New Mexico that I was not aware that I'm a power lefty, as Steve put it. That was at the bottom of my list of how I would describe my style of bowling.
We are inching closer to that afternoon squad. It's coming quickly at 12:30 p.m. local. If you're watching elsewhere in the country, 2:30 Central, 3:30 Eastern. Should be 1:30 Mountain. Justin says, Theo, glad to see such a great turnout for Squad 1. I mean, I think you're just about full for everyone, with a few spots remaining or available in C Squad, right? That sound about right?
Yeah, I think we're up to, with Kyle Wakefield adding earlier, I think we're up to 39 now.
Okay.
On the C Squad. And I think we're at 43 or 44 for the next squad, with some more heavy hitters coming next squad.
Look out.
Uh-oh. I think the lanes have came to Greg down there. I'm starting to feel it now.
Well, we talked about that. Again, based on his sweeper results and where he was throwing. I think my concern earlier was watching like Matt and, 256 game 2, he had the front 7, and he was already a 5th arrow. And so I was thinking, all right, are they going to run out of lane at any point?
Right.
And then I noticed on his fill shot, he threw a different ball, something that looked to be a little cleaner, just to get an idea, so he can probably remain as best as possible in that zone. But also taking into account, what he learned from bowling the sweeper yesterday as well.
Yeah, when I talked to him this morning at middle of game 1, he said that he wanted a ball on the burn so he could see what he would need late in the day, and he would be able to make sure that he didn't use something too big or too small on the fresh, so that he could be ready when they break down and get into that same ball that he was throwing yesterday.
That's a great point. I didn't get a chance to figure out what he was throwing during that sweeper, but it had a little shine to it. It looked to be kind of purplish, with a little bit of white in it.
He told me, but I cannot remember. Can't remember what ball it was. It might have been, was the Paragon Hybrid, possibly?
Let me look that up.
We've got some standings after 6. Looks like Frank, with his 230, has jumped him to the number now. So Frank is now 9th at plus 34. Going from the top down, Anthony Cando plus 103 is your leader. Second, Brianna Cote has jumped up there. She shot 232 game 6. She's at plus 84. We have a tie for third between Ben Perry and Tim Ursulo at plus 67. Tim's gone 99 over the last 2 games.
It should be more. Again, going back to that 188 on 5 and 6.
Yeah. And then 5th. So we have a tie for third, and then we have a tie for 5th. 5th is Matt Jones and Wesley Lowe at plus 66. 7th is Kyle King at plus 56. And 8th is Andrew Kane at plus 51. Some others that are just, and as mentioned before, Frank Guccione is 9th at plus 34. And just outside the number, these ones are pretty close. We got Ron Schloss in 10th at plus 30. We have a tie for 11th at plus 15 between Charlie Price and Keith Fung. Charlie's right in front of us. And we have Greg Thompson at -4. He's starting to feel it though. He's got a 4-bagger down there. No, I'm sorry, he had a 3-bagger and he left the 4-pin, it looks like. And then Mark Myers at -8 and Brandon Johnson Croman at -18.
I'll need a pin respot.
Looks like Will Graham fell off a little bit the last two with 179, 156. He's now at -38.
Here are the high games per game. 244 game 1, 256 game 2, 268 game 3, 256 game 4, 279 game 5, 256 game 6. So again, few opportunities as you might expect on any, unless it's just, you know, just the red square.
Yeah.
out the gates.
Brianna would like me to put out red square every single tournament.
Okay, so she's owned that pattern.
I think the 2 times I've put it out, she's won. She's 2-0.
And along with the monthly events, you have either like a season end or like a major type.
Yeah,
something
so
like
we
that, right, too?
We used to run our season January through December, and last year we started, you know, with the whole COVID thing going on, kind of gave us a chance to restart where we would put our season.
Okay.
So we started it. We start in May/June, maybe even July. I can't remember exactly, but we get it to where we have our major in June or July. And the reason for that, we used to have our end of year in December, but December is tough for a lot of guys to bowl because you've got Christmas and New Year's and all that.
Sure.
And plenty of other big tournaments. So, you know, money's not always there around that time. So
Christmas presents.
yes. So we moved it to where our season went in June, July. Kind of strategically, that was brought to me by Andrew Kane. He said, hey, why don't you run your season to where you end here, because then you have guys finishing the league getting their sweeper payouts. So. So yeah, that's why we moved it to that. Everybody gets that extra cash at the end of leagues and always burns a hole in their pocket, ready to spend money.
Well, got that one right. Still clean. He's got a washout to deal with here on lane 6, Scooby. Yes, there are 2 squads. Really like 2 1/4 squads left. B squad, full 8 games. C squad tonight, full 8 games. And the Desperado squad, which is essentially the re-entry squad, that's only 2 games, and that follows C squad tonight. So you got 2 full squads left and a 2-game squad tonight for the re-entries.
I'm a little surprised to see Will Graham struggling this late, because knowing him as a player, he likes to get deep.
Okay.
So Now that the lanes are kind of calling for that, I'm a little surprised that he's not striking a bunch.
Frank has been left for a little bit.
Frank bowled the sweepers yesterday. I think he bowled 2 squads, so it seems to be starting to pay off for him. Seeing the burn and how they transition.
I'll get out of there. 7. A little late, but it went.
The one and only Charlie Price. Charlie's always at every tournament before everybody else.
He was here early, right? He was first today.
He beats me sometimes. He really does.
And I think probably maybe the door wasn't open down there, so he might have been here much early.
And it's funny because early on in my tournament directing days, you know, I would struggle with having change for bowlers until I started taking digital payments ahead of time and being able to pull, you know, change out. So Charlie would always show up and make sure he paid me out in 5s. No matter how much the tournament costs, he always showed up with all 5s for me.
This game's kind of got that, there's always a game that feels lowly in a block, especially an 8-game block. This game kind of has that feel to where we might be seeing some lower scores near the end of the block.
Right. It's kind of going the opposite of what I thought, considering how the sweeper played out yesterday.
Yeah, it'll be something similar to that, certainly, Scooby. It's all part of the, the thing that's what we do. If you're in this business, whether you bowl, especially, but if you're working in some capacity, you know the hours before you sign up.
Yeah.
So it's part of the process. I think we had about 34 hours worth of streaming at the New Mexico Open.
Wow.
Total.
That's a lot.
8.5 on the final day on Sunday.
You know, it's funny. I have guys that complain about how early some of our tournaments are, because we used to have tournaments start at 8 a.m. They're like, you can't get any later. I said, it's a privilege for us to be in these centers. We take what they give us. And so it was 8 a.m. And they're like, man, it's just so early. And I said, if you think 8 a.m. is early, think about me. If you have to be here at 7 for starting check-in, that means I'm here at 6:30. So I don't want to hear it.
We arrived at the same time this morning.
We did.
Which was about 5:03.
Yep.
And thanks to Mike, who was already here.
Yeah.
Beginning the lane process. Cando got one to go down.
Yeah, Mike was here getting the lanes ready, making sure the approaches were clean and ready to go. So big shout out to Mike. I appreciate him very, very much. This honestly would not happen without Mike, because he took over as GM of this center last year and sent me a text and said, hey, let's go have lunch. I want to know what your goals are with my club. And this isn't possible if he didn't take that over, because previously I couldn't really schedule more than 2 or 3 months out. And as you know, an event this large,
Sure.
you need more than 2 or 3 months. So very thankful for Mike and what he does.
Well, you did the job too on social. I don't know, maybe Bree shared it. I'm not sure how I first saw it. That might have been it. Maybe she shared it initially and I saw it. And I'm like, oh, 10K, Phoenix, that's a nice, you know. And I had heard your name before. We had met, but just from like youth bowling days, honestly.
Really?
I just remember your name from my youth, our youth bowling days. We're not that far apart. But like, yeah, I bowled with Mark French.
Yes.
Ryan Council.
Yep.
And Jason Dutcher.
Yep.
They all went to Lindenwood. So that was my SoCal Connect.
Gotcha.
And so I would start to hear certain players or names and that they would know. And we were still all youth bowling back then. So that's where I first heard your name.
Gotcha.
Or saw it. Didn't know how to pronounce it then.
Yeah, I remember growing up bowling with those guys in SoCal. They were more into JAT, which was J-A-T. That was in the LA area. JAT is a great club. A lot of history there. I only went and bowled one event, I think, but I was more, we had another tour called JST that I grew up bowling, and then I'm actually, not to toot my own horn, but I'm kind of the one that got JBT into SoCal, because I used to go and bowl Laughlin doubles every year, and
Okay.
Jeff was helping run that. And I said to Jeff, hey man, you need to come to SoCal. We need something in San Diego, because JST didn't come down to San Diego too often. And he said, you know what, if you're willing to put in the footwork of throwing some flyers out for me, because back then we didn't have Facebook.
Right.
So if you're willing to put in the footwork and throw out flyers, I need at least this many entries, and you know, we'll start something there. And next thing you know, we had JBT SoCal. So
Nice job by Ron to finish out with 215. It was a good ball change from Frank here. And he gets him to 186 with 1 game to go. Save as many pins as you can. Talking about getting in, there is William Graham doing just that. Well, if he can make the spare and strike, it'll be at 180. And that would move him to minus, where is he at? Minus 58 with a game to go. So some work to be done, but possible potentially. Walk it out there. I like Anthony Cando's game here.
very simple.
Very smooth. Don't hear the ball.
And see, these are those kind of games that we talked about. You pop your good ones, but he's grinding this game. You know, try to avoid the really bad games, because they are going to happen.
A couple of actually good tournament questions, if you don't mind. John asks, will the Desperado squad be fresh or on the burn?
Desperado is on burn.
Okay.
As soon as 6 p.m.'s over, we'll get a few guys, whoever is left to check in from the 6 p.m. or whatever other squads, and then they're bowling their 2-game shootout.
All right, then Eric Hatchett asks, why the decision to keep squad scores separate as opposed to all combined?
The reason for that is I hear a lot of complaints about squad equity. So this kind of eliminates the squad equity. It's your choice on which squad you want to bowl. You know who's on your squad. So you're bowling against just your guys. Because as we all know, who is on your squad kind of determines how the lanes break down. You know, if you're on a squad with a bunch of guys that don't bowl tournaments a lot, they're probably going to not break down as well And even though you led your squad, it's possible you don't make the cut. I'm not a big fan of that. If you led your squad or bowled well on your squad, then you should have a chance to go for it. So just something new, something different. Whenever I run multiple squad tournaments, that's the biggest thing I always hear is squad equity. You know, why did this squad have 12 doubles teams make it and this one only had 4? Did you hit the same button? Yeah, I hit the same button. Like, we hit the same button, and I always try to tell them, look at the strength of the squad.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Finishing up with Roy. GT, by the way, Greg Thompson shot 220.
220 on the nose.
This is Prince Elliott seeing his fill shot.
Tim shot 144. That's going to hurt.
It's going to make it very interesting here with 1 game left. And to your point, just talking about, you know, here it is, 8 games, top 9 of your squad, you're on to tomorrow. And so every game, or I'm sorry, this last game and every game 8's today. It's already of utter importance to try to put yourself in the best position. But in this situation is, you know, the cut or the number of places. In that sense, it's all right. I got to get to 9th. That's all.
Yep.
That's all you're looking to do. No one's going to win the tournament in this squad.
Right.
Now,
Just got to get there.
So it's going to be, could be helpful from a seeding perspective, and we'll talk more about that.
Yeah, the seeding is, I like to do buys because I think if you bowl well, I don't like the idea of being the 1 seed, and you know, it's great for a 32 seed, but I feel like you should be rewarded a little bit and make it a couple, you know, be a couple rounds ahead,
Right.
if you led the tournament. So
That's a true chance to sleep in tomorrow for somebody, or for what, 8 people at least, right? Or 9? No,
16 total. So yeah, 8 will get 2 buys, and 8 more will get 1 buy. Our first round will be the 17 through 32 seeds. So I think we're starting to get some 12:30 guys show up. I should probably go do my job.
Do your thing. Go get those individuals checked in. All right, that's Theo Duthe, tournament director. Here at the inaugural CBE 10K Cactus Classic. This is game 8, folks. And again, final game for this squad. It is not, you know, all right, I'm going to try to post a number and see where that gets me and kind of wait it out. Now you're going to know as soon as this game's over whether or not you're advancing. Someone made a great point earlier. I was asking about if you had a 3-squad tournament to bowl, which one would you choose? What kind of squad bowler are you? What time? And many couple said if there is no re-entry, the last squad perhaps. If there is a re-entry, bowl first, take your chances, and you'll have the opportunity obviously to re-enter if you so choose, which is a good strategy. So we could see a few players. In fact, I would guarantee you probably get at least a couple who might try their hand tonight. Jonathan Farrell. Oh, Logan Downey, nicely done. 6-7-10 conversion right here on Boldstream TV. So we've had a 4-9 make. Let me write that down. So we had a 4-9 earlier on 5 and 6. That was from Brandon Johnson Croman. We've had a now 6-7-10 make here on this pair as well. There's Ron. I really like Ron. He's got some nice post-strike reactions. Again, next squad, 12:30 p.m. local, 12:30 p.m. Pacific time. They're working on lane 8 over there, making sure it's all good. Looks like we got some A2 machines. Another washout. All right, no love there. Thank everybody for joining us this morning. I know it was, depending on where you are, certainly bright and early on a Saturday morning. You've got plenty of things to do, so the fact that you decided to share a little bit of your time with us here at Lakeview Lanes and with me, of course, with Boldstream TV, I appreciate it. My name is Emil Williams Jr. Theo Duthay has joined me throughout the day and or throughout this squad. Will be joining me throughout the day. We'll try to get a couple of additional guests as they come in, bowl, hang out, watch the next squad in front of them as well. Kyle King off to our left. I hadn't seen Kyle King really within camera range since game 1. He's on 3 and 4. It was nice to catch up with Kyle at the New Mexico Open. I've been battling a very, very serious back injury. So he is working his way back into form. Looks like the same Kyle King to me. That's the one that strikes all the time. We'll get you the Game 7 score update when it is ready to go. I just saw Aaron down here perusing, going pair to pair and entering scores into the iPad. So that should be pretty quick. Theo mentioned this earlier. Many mentioned this in the chat too. We were talking about Matt Jones being inducted to the Metro Phoenix USBC Hall of Fame tonight, and Ron Schloss will also be inducted tonight. I don't know if Sean Kozak is bowling. I didn't see his name on this squad, but if you're in the area and are familiar with Sean, he too will be inducted into the Metro Phoenix USBC Hall of Fame. So congrats to those individuals. Be a nice weekend if one of those two individuals get in the Hall of Fame tonight. Maybe you win $10,000 tomorrow. Oh, roll it, Ron. Roll it, Ron. Hall of Fame carry. And he does need a score correction.
Make sure you give yourself a shot.
I tell you, man, Theo has got me thinking about some things. Maybe something I can take home to the Chicago area and the city. Because scratch bowling is, for the most part, it's not obsolete completely, but it's definitely not this, the overall aspect of things, a monthly event. Now, I will say, in certain areas in the, Chicagoland is obviously pretty big. Nice shot there. By Mr. Price. Downey, that's got a hook. It will. There are a lot of 8-gamers, 8-game sweepers, actually once a month or maybe every weekend. I forgot the frequency of some of those. And so I do want to give credit to, Joliet, Town and Country. They host a lot. And some other centers who do, but there isn't really a tournament, club, or series. And now my mind is racing. All right, let me check the scores here. Looks like Game 7 is updated. And let's get you that link. If you haven't been following that, I will drop it one more time for you. Game 7. All right, so online, here we go. Ben Perry now, plus 102. I think we got a chance to see Ben Perry. Where did he start? Let's see. I think he's on 1 and 2 to end the day. I'll check to see. Anthony Candell and Brianna Cote has made her way up the leaderboard today after the slow start. Candell at plus 95, Cote at plus 95, again tied for second. Matt Jones is fourth at plus 56. Ron Schloss right now, fifth place, plus 45. Keith Fong has gotten it together too. Very nice back five for Keith. He's at plus 40 after the slow start in the first 2 games. Wesley Lowe, 7th. And Wes got to be careful here. He's going 189, 172. But he's 7th right now, plus 38. Kyle King is 8th at plus 29. We'll be able to keep an eye on Kyle. He's on 3 and 4 next door. And Frank Guccione, who we just saw, he too is now on 3 and 4. He is 9th, again at plus 20. Charlie Price and Greg Thompson Jr. are right now tied for 10th at plus 16 with Tim Ursillo, who unfortunately shot 144 to move him out of the number. He's 12th at plus 11. Andrew Kane is 13th at plus 3. He shot 152 in Game 7. With, let's see, Brandon Johnson Croman at minus 14. Jeremy Opp at minus 24. He's still got a chance. Mark Myers at minus 32. He's got the high game of the day with 279. He's in 16th. With Corrine Acuff and Dan Quilt at minus 53 and minus 55. Chris Tucker at minus 57. And William Graham 20th at minus 62, respectively. Oh, another one for Ron. Wow, 2 messengers. Couple of messengers, and unable to turn that into a 3-bagger. Jeremy Opp is on 9 and 10. He's nearby. Weekend, you're right, man. That's kind of, that used to be like, when you think about games in a tournament, used to really watch and enjoy players who could grind it out like that. Dio, we were talking about catching a double early, and he mentioned Andrew Kane had a 185 game with a double clean during the sweeper yesterday, which, generally if you catch a double somewhere and you're clean, you're going to shoot 2-0. I think what I'm also impressed with, just from seeing this first squad and obviously talking to Theo and listening to him kind of discuss the origins of CBE and the tournament info.
Eric Hatchett told me to check the chat. Desperado. Yeah, I can get this up. Yeah, give me like 5 minutes. 2 games. 2 games straight off. It'll be right after the last squad. We'll check in a few people. So they start at 6. Probably be done about 10. So it'll be very soon after that. I'll take a couple of entries from that lake squad and then start. I should say something. That was a while ago.
Good shot there by Sean Wood. I thanked him earlier. I'll thank him live stream as well throughout, or I should say leading up to this event. Anything with related to the tournament that he has posted about, he has tagged me and tagged Bullstream TV, and I appreciate that. For those of you who like numbers, and I mentioned it just felt like that Game 7, the scores were starting to kind of dip overall. The high game for Game 7 was 236. Hadn't been that low from a high game perspective of one game since Game 1, which was 244. Again, right now, the number that everyone is chasing is plus 20. And Frank Guccione, who is on 3 and 4, he holds down that spot at the moment. He's going to enter the left side of your screen here. Sean Wood up lane 7, and then you'll see Frank over on lane 3 here momentarily. There he is. That's his ball. Oh, boy. 8-10 there in the 7th frame for Frank. And that's his 3rd split of the game. He's made 1. That was in the 6th. So he's gone double split, strike 9 spare, split conversion, and now another split. Kyle King opened in the 6th frame. Or I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. Is that Kyle with the front 6? I'll double check that. See what letter he is. Kyle King is D. Kyle has the front 6 on 1 and 2. And Kyle is 8th currently at plus 29. So he's trying to leave no doubt. See Charlie Price just again plugging along here. Charlie again is tied right now for 10th place with Greg Thompson Jr. Greg and Charlie tied for 10th at plus 16. GT2 has continued to move right throughout the day. He should be on, I think, 14 at this point with Tim Ursillo, who also was close. Logan Downey at minus 86. Look at Ron go. Hi, Alexa. Oh, that's great. Hey, Sean. Yeah, Kyle King bowling well. As I say that, he went 7th spare in the 7th frame. But it looks like he is going to cement his spot into the top 32 tomorrow. Sean, I don't know if you were here listening or when, but according to what I've read and heard people say and talked about, congratulations on your Hall of Fame induction. Brianna Cote is on. Looks like she's down on 13 and 14. I believe she is clean through 8 from what I can see. 134 in the 7th. Just left the 10 pin in the 9th, but she's going to be good, just like Ron. Well, thank you, Mrs. Kozak. Please pass that along, yes. Guccione, Frank's starting to run out of frames potentially. He just 2-pinned in the 9th on lane 4. Meanwhile, Kyle King, a little loft. Didn't expect that, little PBA washout there, but again, barring anything catastrophic, he's going to be good. So we're looking at Greg Thompson Jr., Tim Ursillo, and GT. I don't know if that was a split, but some type of 3-6-10 look like combination. I think he had the front 6 or 7. And looks like GT can get to 240 max at this point. He's down on 13 and 14. Wesley Lowe has figured something out here. No problem, Emerald. And Bree was going to be good. Well, you say that, and you know, catastrophe strikes. That happens every now and then in the bowling tournament. One bad game can certainly cost you, but at plus 95, so you have plenty of room to spare, no pun intended. So it's about Wesley Lowe, who was, again, just a couple spots in front of Frank, 18 pins to be exact. Speaking of Frank, high flush strike, and that was much needed. He's going to need them all just to have a chance at this point. And all will still get him to 189. He's going to lose 11 pins, and that's if he strikes out. He's going to need a lot of help. And I don't know if someone like Charlie Price, and it looks like GT, they're not in the business of helping him out right now. Wesley Lowe makes it 5 in a row. Let's take a look at Wes. So, all right. If he gets a 1 there, he's going to get to 220. And he's going to be moving on to the top 32. If he gets 1, again, that gets him to plus 58. Here's Charlie Price, again, tied for 10th, coming in. Ooh, good shot. Wraps a mean 10 pin on the 9th frame. If he strikes there, he gives himself a chance to get to 210. And now, unfortunately, he can only get to 190, which helps Frank Guccione. Wesley got to 221. It looks like Tim Ursillo got to 214. And for Tim, yeah, he could have a chance. That gets him to plus 25. Frank Guccione shot 179. So Frank ends at -1. GT, I think he struck on the first shot in the 10th. And he's going to be in. Meanwhile, Ron with trouble here in the 10th frame. A lane that saw a couple messengers be very friendly to him. But it looks like it does come at the right time. If you never want to have this, certainly on the first shot in the 10th frame.
Yeah, about 300.
Nice to meet you. I just met Jerry Bear 300 for the first time. Well, he gave it a run. And so Ron is going to be at 204. So that gets him to plus 49. But the 4-bagger proved to be the difference there for Ron late. GT's, I think, 38 or 39. 238 or 239. And Cote, looks like she struck first shot the 10th, split. Rihanna finishes at 191. So Cote finishes at plus 86. Ben Perry just finished with 162 over on 1 and 2. Anthony Cando finishes with 190. I beg your pardon. Sorry about Ben Perry. So I misspoke earlier. Kyle King who for some reason, I think it's because he was just down in the 1 and 2 area. I thought he was on 1 and 2. He was not. He was on 3 and 4. And so Kyle did not have the front 6. Instead, he struggled his way to 141. My apologies there. Ben Perry finishes with 230. That's your leader of this squad, and he's going to remain the leader. So my apologies on Kyle King. I saw him down on 1 and 2 in that area. He was actually on 3 and 4, but I think he was just kind of in the middle of 2 and 3. And I looked at letter D, looked on the screen, saw front 7, and thought that was Kyle King. It was not. So King shoots 141. And that is going to knock him out of this top 9. And we might see him later tonight. What'd you finish with?
162. Kind of grindy.
Keith Fung got to plus 62. So that should be good enough. Yes, my apologies there, Mrs. Kozak. I know I just sent you on an emotional roller coaster with that wrong and then corrected information. That 141 game is going to drop Kyle to minus 30. Wesley Lowe is going to be in. We'll see if yeah, Wesley's going to be at plus 59. Ron shot 204. So he's at plus 49. I didn't see what Matt Jones, but Matt Jones is going to be good. Anthony Candell shot 190. That's going to get him to plus 85. Just 10 pins there. No biggie for him. So right now it should be Ben Perry, who unofficially leads at plus 132. Ben Perry, Brianna Cote, Anthony Candell. The order gets funky potentially after Ben Perry because he's going to be the leader. Other players who we believe that should advance at this point: Brianna Cote, Anthony Candell. I'm just guessing Matt Jones is going to advance. Ron Schlaw should be in. Keith Fung should be in. Wesley Lowe should be in. That's 7 players. Then we go all the way down. Boy, what did Charlie Price? I missed Charlie Price's final game. Might go back and let me see if I can take a look at Mr. Price real quick. We've got about an hour left at this point. Hour prior to B squad hitting the lanes. Dan is 11A. Okay, Alexa, got you. And he's going to be left, or going left. All right, so I'm working on, I'm going to get Charlie Price's final score here. He is very important to our cut situation. He broke down the split. So Charlie ended up at 177. So Charlie Price ends up at 177. So he is going to finish at -7. I didn't get GT's final score, but it's at least 238 or 239. Something along those lines. And that would be enough to get him in at the moment. So should be Ben Perry, Brianna Cote, Anthony Kando, Matt Jones, Ron Schloss, Keith Fung, Wesley Lowe, and then Greg Thompson Jr. It was going to be either +53 or +54. And then maybe Tim Ursillo, who shot 214 unofficially, to potentially get the final spot from A Squad, top 9 advance. So let me go ask Theo if we will know the number prior to going off the air. If so,
Also, bowlers,
I will hang out.
would like to leave your equipment here because you're bowling
1
this
second.
evening in Desperado, or if you made the finals for tomorrow, we do have a ball paddock area. It is behind our tournament check-in desk in the room. We are also ready to pay out brackets if you have any bracket winnings. On the bracket tables, we have a sheet that shows your winnings. If you would like to know if you made anything up. And A Squad bowlers, your cuts. Your leader was Ben Perry at +132. And we'll get a 2-round bye.
All right. Ben Perry, again, is your leader.
Second on the squad
+132.
was Brianna Cote at +86. She will also get a 2-round bye. Third on the squad was Anthony Kando at +85. He will get either a 2 or 1 round bye, depending on how third goes on the next 2 squads. Fourth, Matt Jones +69. Fifth, Keith Fung at +62. Sixth at +59, Wesley Lowe. Seventh at +54, Greg Thompson. Eighth at +49, Metro Phoenix Hall of Famer Ron Schloss. And your cut score at +36, Andrew Kane. Those are your qualifiers for tomorrow morning.
All right, Weekend Hacker, you are correct. Andrew Kane is the number at +36.
And again, if you'd like to sign up for the Desperado,
Which means Tim Ursillo probably was 10th at +25. All right. Next round begins at 12:30 p.m. Pacific, 12:30 p.m. local. Top 9 advancing again: Ben Perry, Brianna Cote, Anthony Kando, Matt Jones, Keith Fung, Wesley Lowe, Greg Thompson Jr., Ron Schloss, and Andrew Kane. Those are the 9 players moving on to the top 32 tomorrow for the single elimination match play bracket. Come on back in about a little less than 1 hour's time. I'm going to go hydrate, find food, and do all the things that we do in between breaks. I appreciate you tuning in. Big thanks to Theo Duthay. Big thanks to all of the sponsors here at this great event. I want to thank our main sponsors: Chuck's Painting, Apparel EFX, West USA Realty, Jacqueline Smith. Thank you so much. Of course, along with Brunswick, Ramsey Auto Center, and 10 Back Solutions. For Theo Duthay and the entire staff and crew here, big thanks to Mike Dearmeyer at Lakeview Lanes. My name is Emil Williams Jr. We'll see you in a little bit. B Squad with a talented roster is next right here on Bowl Stream TV. This has been a presentation of the inaugural CBE 10K Cactus Classic. You watched it live and only on Bowl Stream TV.